Hey, hey. I hope everybody's having a good evening so far. Hope everybody had a positive, productive day today. I know I did. I hope you did too. I'm just connecting my hotspot to my other phone. Happy Sunday. Heads up, FYI, there's some really good movies on the YouTube movies selection right now. Still Magnolias, Pleasantville, Truman Show. There, I checked it earlier. So there's some really good movies on there right now. Aragon, the dragon movie, is on there. So if you're looking for a good movie to watch, that's a good place to start. I mean, yeah, you have to deal with the commercials, but you know, they're short and you can skip through most of them. So just a heads up. Trying to find us some backup music. Angel frequency 888. That'll work. Handpan.
Now stay with me right now. Doesn't matter how much money you have, how old you are, how young you are.
I'm going to move this phone a little bit further away. I think that might have been what was messing with my signal a little bit last night, where my picture was really blurry. Okay. Only because we're doing it of an evening time, we won't do the morning mantra card because it's not morning. So, you know, we'll skip it. I'm still testing out my theory of the different times that I'm coming on. So, I'll go back. I think what I'm going to start doing is on the weekends, doing them on the evening, and then during the week, doing them of a morning. I think that's how I'm going to start doing it from now on. That seems to work really well. So I'm just going to stick with that for now. But nonetheless, we're going to get into some affirmations, and then we'll get our incense lit, and then we'll get into the oracle cards. I hope everybody had a positive, productive day today. All right, we'll start with our chakra wisdom affirmation. I had a very productive day. My toe was feeling much better than it was last night. It didn't stop me from getting anything done today, so that was nice. I got a lot of my tinctures and stuff sifted and drained and all that good jazz. Hello, happy Sunday. I hope you're having a good evening. All right. We'll get a chakra wisdom affirmation, then we'll light our incense, and we'll get into the rest of the affirmations. We've been getting 2 a lot here lately. And we got 2 again this time. Base chakra, first chakra, also known as your root chakra, independence. And then we got 7th chakra, crown chakra, bliss. This is the 3rd day in a row that we've gotten the 7th chakra, the crown chakra. So we'll go with the incense for the base chakra. Hello, happy Sunday. I hope you had a positive, productive day today. I hope you're having a good evening. All right, so base chakra, I believe, is sandalwood, but it may be Nag Champa. Yes, Nag Champa for the root chakra. I use the Elegant Expressions incense, but they have chakra lines in all different brands. I get mine at Dollar Tree, but you can find them online at Amazon, and I'm sure plenty of other places as well. I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with doing the nighttime videos, but I think me doing them during the day, during the week, is going to work out really well. And then doing them of the evening for the weekends. If you haven't started doing your, cleaning out, there's a good time to be doing that. Spring is almost over. We're basically pretty much already into summer, but it came up a lot in last night's energy, and it's also been coming up a lot in the week before about clearing out old energy. So if you haven't done that this year, I would like to encourage you to do that. All right, now we're going to get an affirmation from the Affirmators deck. Oh, wait, let me actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's read the chakra cards first. All right. I know what my needs are, and I actively pursue them, knowing that I will be guided and provided for when I put in the effort. I open myself to all possibilities and participate fully in life. I use my imagination and my vision to initiate what I wish for, and I pursue it. I swear it sounded like a phone was just ringing. I'm not waiting to be rescued. I'm not a victim. I am strong. I'm going to get back in the habit of taking pictures of the affirmations and posting them on my shorts. I'd kind of taken a break from doing that, but I am going to start doing that again. But a lot of these are already on the shorts because I've been using these cards for so long. So you got independence and bliss. Bliss. I seek and find peace, quietness, and moments of bliss in my life. I am persistent in this quest. I allow myself to feel divine presence radiating within and around me. I allow myself to create abundance and fulfillment and to live a life free of fear. Meditation is part of my life. Kind of going back to what we pulled on last night, getting in touch with nature, getting in touch with your intuition. All right, the other from the Affirmators deck, we got clarity, personal growth, and get centered. We don't normally get 3 with this deck, but we'll take them. Clarity, personal growth, that came out a lot in the pull last night, that energy, and then get centered. Once again, finding your quiet place, finding a place where you can really clear your energy, clear your mind. All right, clarity. Stopping to listen to my inner self, I can easily separate my intuition from my mental chatter. The clarity of my intuition is a sweet, simple fruit that tastes familiar, and the mental chatter is confusing, bitter rind that I shall peel off and chuck into the garbage or compost heap if your mental chatter happens to be organic. I love the simple, almost childlike humor that they use in these cards. All right, and then we got personal growth. As I move towards greater consciousness, I feel old thoughts and habits fall away. Like training wheels on a bike, they help me get to where I am. But now that I can ride, I don't need those slow and crummy wheels, except when I'm making bike analogies. So kind of going back to what we pulled on last night, embracing how far you've come, having faith in yourself to break old habits, embracing your soul's purpose. All right, and then we got get centered. When it gets to be too much, whatever it is, I close my eyes and return to my center. In my center, I have the wisdom and tranquility of, and then it gives you a blank to put in your favorite animal, holding a magical item, floating through space on a piece of furniture. So it gives you, on the card, it gives you the little spaces so you can kind of fill in the blanks. That's just that childlike humor that comes out in these cards. I really enjoy them. Those were affirmations from the Affirmators deck. All right, now we'll get our Wild Offering affirmations, and then we'll get into the oracles. Last night we got self-love, ambition, and direction with these affirmations. And with the other one, with the ones that we just pulled, we got divine timing and nature. Stick those back in there. All right. So embracing your independence, embracing your personal growth, finding bliss in the clarity that comes to you, maybe in the time that you take to get centered, to center your energy. All right. This is the Wild Offering Oracle. Love. We did see true love last night. It's showing love energy showing up again. Then we got money on the bottom of the deck, followed by true offering. And mistakes on the top of the deck. Love. It's not about finding love. You are love itself. Help me, Lord, to send so much compassion and caring to the inner child that I always remember I myself am love. Most of these are on the shorts as well, where you can go and find them and take a screenshot so that you can say them for yourselves. This is also a deck that I've been using for quite some time. Then we got money. All my finances are now in divine order. Love itself knows my needs and is the source for all. I needn't cling to gain or fear loss. Every need will be met through offering all to the divine. So going with the love affirmation, acting out of love, acting out of kindness, knowing that, as long as you're doing it for the right reasons, everything will work out. It's also lining up with the personal growth that we already got. Then we got mistakes. All these are on the shorts where you can go and take a screenshot so you can read them back. Allow me to know it's okay to make mistakes. Let me always take care of the inner child so he or she feels loved no matter what. Embracing your inner child, reconnecting with your inner child if you haven't already. A lot of us, we struggle with that as we get older. We lose that part of ourselves. Sometimes being around children will help you embrace your inner child. It's different for everybody. Some of us, it just comes naturally to us. For me, it doesn't. That's something that I've always struggled with. A lot of us were forced to grow up pretty fast when we were kids. And so we don't really know what it's like to truly embrace that inner child. So I'd like to encourage you to do that if that's something that you don't already do. All right, now we'll get our angel numbers for the day. Yesterday, we got number 7, soul purpose. Number 2222, stick to it. And then number 66, don't worry. We'll get angel numbers and then we'll pull from the celestial insights. Don't worry if things aren't moving as fast as you would like them to. Work on your personal growth, work on clarity, work on centering your energy, maintaining your independence, find bliss in those things. Loving on yourself, loving on your inner child, allowing your inner child to bring you clarity. A lot of times when we connect with our inner child, it can show us maybe things that we need to work on, or maybe even things that we need to embrace, things that we enjoy that maybe we forgot that we enjoyed them. Because we get so caught up in this world, worried about paying bills and living life and, doing what's expected of us instead of doing what's best for us. All right, now we'll get some angel numbers. The first one is 2020, strength. On the bottom of the deck, 2244, acceptance. All of these very much lining up with what we got last night. And then 4, organization. So 2020, strength, resilience, courage, inner power, determination, fortitude, and endurance. Draw on your inner strength during challenging times. Your resilience can lead to personal growth. Stay focused and remain open-minded as you navigate each step of your journey. Very much lining up with the personal power affirmation that we already got. And very much connecting with the energy that we pulled on last night. Knowing your own personal strength, embracing that. In what areas of my life do I need to harness my inner strength? How can I stay resilient and focused despite challenges? Identify one challenge you are currently facing and create a plan to address it. Remind yourself of past successes where you overcame difficulties and draw strength from those experiences. So, embracing your personal power, embracing your inner strength, not being discouraged because of other people's opinions or expectations. Knowing that something that you may see as a weakness in certain situations can also be a strength. All right, and then we got 2244. Hi there. Surrender, let go, peace, clarity, adaptability, and moving forward. Embrace what you cannot change and let go of past grievances. Focus on what you can control, moving forward to realign yourself with your goals and purpose. What aspects of my life am I struggling to accept? How can I focus on what I can control and move forward? Identify one situation you've been resisting or dwelling on, and choose one small step to take towards acceptance and positive change. So, embracing the difficulties, using those moments as an opportunity for growth, as an opportunity of finding your strength, remembering all the things that you've overcome in the past that maybe you didn't think you would be able to overcome, but then here you are, you've made it through. So accepting those challenges and acknowledging the strength that you had, the determination, the resilience that you had to overcome those challenges. Then you got 4, organization. Focus, discipline, clarity, structure, empowerment, and problem solving. Stay focused on your life journey. Your angels want you free from distractions. Good organization empowers you to isolate and overcome the difficulties you've been facing. What steps can I take to better organize my life and stay focused on what truly matters? Today, set aside time to organize your thoughts, plans, or environment, allowing yourself to tackle challenges with clarity and purpose. We already got clarity from the affirmators deck. And that goes back to what I was talking about at the very beginning of the video, getting organized, not only in your physical world, but in your mental space, in your emotional space. Not letting other people's opinions, thoughts, words distract you from the path that you're on. Very much connecting with the energy that we pulled last night. Also, with us getting the double clarity, going back to it came up in the video a couple days ago. When somebody shows you their true colors, don't try to repaint them. You know, especially going back to the people pleaser energy that we pulled on last night. A lot of times when we're used to being a people pleaser, we don't take into consideration who that person is. We always want to see the positive in somebody. We always want to see the potential instead of what's being presented to us. So remember that, you know, when you're working with other people. All right, now we'll pull from the Celestial Insights. Last night we got Sacred Union, True Love, Telepathy, and Admiration. So just kind of a recap on our chakras, we got independence and bliss. On our affirmations, we got personal growth, clarity, and get centered, followed by love, money, and mistakes. Angel numbers, number 2020, 2244, and 4. The 2244 I find interesting because last night we got 2222. So, 4-digit angel numbers to me are very rare. You don't usually see 4-digit angel numbers. It's usually 2 or 3. So, you know, noticing the signs, the synchronicities, the messages from your angels, ancestors, spirit guides, higher self, and of course the Most High. Paying attention to what those messages are trying to tell you. Trust and observe. We got confusion on the bottom of the deck, and then renewal on the top of the deck. We got double confirmation on the clarity. So, you know, if you're dealing with some kind of personal confusion, seeking clarity, paying attention to the signs and synchronicities, you know, that you're receiving from the spirit world might offer you clarity on whatever you're confused about. All right, trust, observe. Your intuition is quietly guiding you, but sometimes you need to pay more attention to the small changes around you. Reflect on recent moments of confusion. Wow, confirmation already. By observing the little details, you'll sharpen your intuition over time. What did I just say? Hi, good evening. So, you know, a lot of times we ask for that clarity, and then when the answer comes, we don't see it because we're not aware of the signs and synchronicities that the universe is sending to us. That topic came up a lot earlier in the week. So being aware of that to help you out of that confusion. All right, and then we got confusion. Confusion is temporary and leads to clarity. Are you feeling lost? Slow down, be patient, and allow clarity to emerge in its own time. So going back to the affirmations that we've seen already, the clarity, the personal growth, and the get centered, kind of lining up very much with the energy that we pulled on last night. Finding that quiet place, you know, whether that's in nature, whether that's at the gym, you know, wherever that is for you, and taking the time to really meditate and listen to what your own thoughts are. And it came up in a video earlier in the week. When you ask for signs from the spirit realm, don't expect an automatic response. Pay attention, you know, hours and days after that. It's not going to happen. I mean, I guess sometimes it does, but practice patience. That was a very strong message that came out last night. Practicing patience. Be patient not only with yourself, but be patient with your angels, ancestors, spirit guides, and the Most High. When you're seeking clarity, pay attention A lot of times we're getting the answers that we ask for, but we're just not seeing them because we're not paying attention. And then we got renewal. Out with the old, in with the new. You are entering a phase of renewal and fresh energy. Have you been feeling worn out? It's time to refresh yourself. Whether by resting or changing your environment, new energy is on the way. I talked about that at the very beginning of the video. Out with the old, in with the new, spring cleaning type energy. Then going back to the affirmations, get centered. Get centered so that you can receive clarity that you're seeking. Embrace your personal growth. Embrace how far you've come. Accept the mistakes that you've made. Get organized so that you can be ready for this new phase that's coming. Embrace the strength and the growth. Stay determined. Yet last night we got perseverance. Don't give up. Push through whatever confusion you're dealing with, whatever mistakes you might be in the process of overcoming. If you don't consider yourself an independent person, try to build that in yourself. Try to gain some independence, whether that's financial independence, emotional independence, maybe even physical independence. Resilience, going with the strength with the angel number 2020. Resilience very much lining up with personal growth. Resilience, courage, inner power, determination, fortitude, and endurance. Finding your personal growth, finding your independence, embracing those things, accepting those things, accepting that maybe some of the mistakes that you made in the past helped you learn those things, helped you accept who you truly are, maybe allowed you to surrender and let go of people, places, things that no longer serve you. Don't be confused about that. Don't second guess the moves that you've already made. Keep your mind and your thoughts clear. Don't start going back with the woulda, shoulda, couldas, why not, that type thing. If you catch yourself in that frame of mind, do something to break yourself out of that. Whether it's going out in nature, whether it's watching a movie, spending time with loved ones, whatever that is, try to break those old thought patterns. That came up. I don't know if it was the video last night or if it was earlier in the week, but that energy did come up. Stay positive. Don't keep second guessing yourself and, making yourself feel like you've made mistakes. Even if mistakes are made, embrace the lessons that were learned from those mistakes that you made. All right, now we'll pull from the Namaste Stress Less deck. Last night we got give your mind a rest, or give your mind a treat. Still very much connecting with the energy that's out here tonight. Get centered. Embrace the clarity that's coming your way. Giving your mind a treat. Letting go of the confusion. Letting your mind rest. All right. Namaste Stress Less. Embracing the new things that are coming into your life. Don't let the mistakes that you've made in the past stop you from moving forward. A lot of times when we make mistakes, we get discouraged and we go into kind of like that fight or flight or freeze mode, to where we're afraid to go forward because we're afraid that we're going to make more mistakes. Don't let yourself think like that. Have faith in yourself, in the strength that you've gained through those mistakes. Accepting that You know, there is purpose in the pain. There's always lessons to be learned, you know, especially if you're in that phase where, you know, you're really kind of trying to decide where you're going to go next. Pay attention to your posture. Do you slouch at a computer, at the dinner table after a long day, or sitting on the couch watching your favorite show? These are the perfect opportunities to practice your posture. Pay attention to your posture and make a concerted effort to straighten up. Lift your chest, relax your shoulders, and lift your head slightly. Good posture improves oxygen flow through your body and strengthens your core, leaving you feeling revitalized and increasing your sense of power. This improved sense of well-being and strength will help reduce stress and tension. So, double confirmation on the strength. Not only your literal physical posture, but your spiritual posture. Are you the same around everybody, or do you change your posture based on the company that you keep? Being aware of that, being aware of your posture, that's something that I'm really bad about. I get in that slouchy energy. And so, you know, really try to be aware of your posture. Bad posture not only is bad for, you know, your oxygen flow, but it can cause you to have a lot of back problems as you get older. It can also cause you to get like that hump, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame type deal, if it's something that you do often. So being aware of that, especially like when you're exercising or meditating, be aware of your posture, be aware of your spiritual posture. How do you carry yourself when you're out around other people? You know, do you walk in love, or do you walk with, you know, some kind of bitter energy? Having the courage to walk in your true authentic energy. Not worrying about what other people think, not worrying about how other people are seeing you. Be more worried about how you see yourself. Very much connecting with the get centered energy. You know, love yourself enough to carry a good posture. All right, we'll go with the Chakra Wisdom Oracle. Last night we got perseverance and service, both second chakra, sacral chakra energy. I actually burned a sacral chakra incense today. Passion on the bottom of the deck as we're getting started. So I walk in. You are very welcome to walk in and into this energy, into this space. It's good to see you here. All right, Chakra Wisdom Oracle. Guilt and expansion on the cut as we're getting started. Look at that, miracle. Beautiful energy. Despondence on the bottom of the deck, followed by faith. And facade on the top of the deck. So two yellows, which is solar plex energy. That's in your stomach area. The lotus of 10 petals. Self-esteem relating to the world around us. So your confidence, your strength, your own personal energy, personal growth. All right, we'll start with Miracle because that's the one that came out first. Sun Sparkler. Integrity is what turns on the light. Very much going back, that's right away connecting with what I was talking about about with your spiritual posture, your emotional posture. Integrity is very much involved with that. Darkville is a town of self-centered people. One day, Betty is given too much change after making a purchase, and she returns the extra money. A brilliant light bursts from the stump of a dead oak tree in the center of the town. The citizens are bewildered by the sudden brightness, but neither question the sun sparkler nor their cheating ways. One day, a child asks it why it came. It tells her that it shines for all that is good in the world and appears when a good deed occurs. The residents of Darkville are touched and become more selfless. Wow, and that's kind of crazy because I mentioned it at the beginning of this video about Pleasantville being one of the movies that's on the free YouTube movies right now. And in the movie Pleasantville, when the movie first starts out, it's black and white. And eventually, as you go through the movie, a tree catches on fire and they get to see the color. If you have not seen that movie, go check it out. It's free on the YouTube movies right now, but I'm very much getting that energy from this. All right, inspiration. Do you let someone in or do you pretend not to see them? You cannot shut out pain without shutting out pleasure. Kindness exists to lend magic to integrity. Personal inquiry. The essence of inspiration is integrity. Can I be counted on? Key ideas. Being a light, lighting the way for others, and coming miracles. Key words: integrity, gifts, and reward. So letting your own personal strength, your own energy shine for others. I'm pretty sure that came up in the video last night. You know, knowing that no good deed goes unacknowledged. Even if that good deed is not acknowledged by the people in your external environment, that good deed will be seen and rewarded by the spirit realm. All right, and then we got facade. That's what was on the top of the deck. Bronze God. This isn't who I am. The legend. The bronze boy, Darnell, was young when his father died and he became the man of the family. Out for a walk one day, many years later, he was mesmerized by the sight of children playing. What were we talking about at the beginning of this video when I talked about the inner child and playing with some kids? Wow. As a child, he'd never played, and he hid behind a tree, crying bitterly, then quickly buried his emotions. At the very end of his life, on his way to heaven, he stopped at the park and finally reclaimed the inner child he had left behind many years before. I love it when that happens. Embracing your inner child, loving on your inner child. If you've never done that, the best way I know to encourage you, especially if you've never done it, is to surround yourself with children. You know, maybe you have nieces and nephews. Maybe, you know, volunteer with Big Brother, Big Sister. You know, being around children will help you find your inner child. And if you don't have that option, for me, a lot of times I can watch like those videos on YouTube where, you know, like it shows the babies laughing, and anyways, it's going to be different for everybody. But if you don't know your inner child, try to get to know your inner child. What are things that you loved to do when you were a kid that maybe you don't do anymore? Maybe when you get centered, going back to the affirmation that we already pulled, maybe make that a focus Maybe that's where you need clarity. I struggle with that a lot. A lot of times you can do like a creative project of some kind that will help bring out your inner child. All right. Inspiration. If you're unhappy in your relationships, you may be relating to others through a false sense of duty. Give up being something you're not. Wow. What? Personal inquiry. Bronze God is about reclaiming your life. What have I done to heal my childhood pain? Key ideas: disassociating from yourself, reclaiming your life, healing childhood pain. Keywords: recovery, integration, and play. Aw, thank you. Sending you love and healing energy this evening. All right, so going back to our love affirmation, it called it out in the very beginning. It's not about finding love. You are love itself. Help me, Lord, to send so much compassion and caring to the inner child that I always remember I myself am love. So loving yourself enough to embrace your inner child. You know, I said it last night. We are all still children just trapped in these adult bodies. You know, we still have the same desires, the same strengths, the same personality traits. A lot of times we just lose those along the way because we get so bombarded and just stressed and confused. And, you know, a lot of times when bad things happen in our lives, we carry that burden thinking that there's something wrong with us. And that's not the case. You know, sometimes things just aren't meant to be, or sometimes those bad things happen so that we can find our own personal strength, so that we can gain independence, so that we're not so dependent on others for that strength, for that love that we need. A lot of times the pain that we go through is meant to help us find that within ourselves. So many of us, ooh, it's making me emotional. So many of us seek that love, that clarity, that confidence, that independence from things outside of us, when in reality, it's within us the whole time. But a lot of us struggle with confidence and trauma, and going back to our angel numbers 2244, accepting the things that we've been through, surrendering to whatever that is, finding peace and moving forward. Acceptance, surrender, let go, peace, clarity, adaptability, and moving forward. Embrace what you cannot change and let go of past grievances. Focus on what you can control moving forward to realign yourself with your goals and purpose. And last night in our angel numbers, we saw soul purpose. I think that was number 7. So knowing that a lot of times those things that we go through are intended to help us find our soul purpose. All right, and then we got despondence. I don't think we've ever gotten that one before. That would be purple. So I'm thinking that's the 6th chakra. Yeah, because in this book, the 7th chakra, the crown chakra, is gray. Okay, despondence. Violet iris. By taking action, I found the road out. Look at that. The legend. Iris is depressed and unable to look after herself or her home. She cries out to the great spirits for help. Mother Earth appears and suggests Iris shower, eat a good meal, and clean up her house. She does, but she still feels despondent. Suddenly, a hurricane hits, and Iris springs into action to rescue her neighbor's children. Once again, children coming out. In the urgency, Iris finds the way out of depression by taking action. We did get that energy last night about taking action. Hi there. Inspiration. Iris teaches us that the only route out of stagnation is motion. If we do nothing, we accept the consequences. Personal inquiry. In which part of my life am I feeling immobilized? I know what I need to do. Am I willing to trust myself? Wow. Going back to that independence and that getting centered. Trust yourself, trust the decisions you've made, trust that you have the strength, the resilience and the courage, the inner power, the determination, fortitude, endurance to move forward, to heal those parts of you that are hurt, that are depressed. That I don't know if that was last night or earlier in the week, but that energy did come up this week. All right. Key ideas: feeling hopeless, acceptance of circumstances, change on the horizon, and taking action. Key words: revelation, movement, and encouragement. That's very much aligning with the celestial insights we got. Trust, observe, confusion, and renewal. Push through that confusion. Allow your angels, ancestors, spirit guides, and of course the Most High help you through whatever energy you're trying to push through. Whether it's depression, stress, whatever those emotions are that you're dealing with, accept it. Try to take the time to get clarity, to get centered, to understand why you're feeling that way. And then get organized, make a plan on how to get out of that energy. I don't remember which video it came up in, but I talked about it this week. When we get in that sad, recluse energy, the longer we stay in it, the harder it is to pull out of it. So, it's different for different people. Like for me, when I feel myself going into that energy, I try like a self-love routine, whether it's painting my nails, giving myself a pedicure, it's different for everybody. But love on yourself. Going back to the affirmation, it's not about finding love. You are love itself. Love on yourself through whatever pain that is that you're dealing with. And if you're struggling with that, don't feel like you're giving up your personal power if you ask for help. Even if that help is just asking somebody to listen to you so that you can get whatever that is inside of you out of you. Journaling is a great option. I only say this because I've been there. If you don't have a physical person to turn to, do a video diary or a video journal to where you're just videoing yourself talking. And then later on, like a day or two later, go back and watch that video again and use that to help yourself get organized so that you can kind of get a better understanding of what you need to work on. What those true emotions are that you're dealing with. Are you just stressed? Are you burnout? Have you lost a loved one? Are you struggling with that loss? Our emotions, do you mean a vlog? Yeah, I guess. Is that what they call it? Yeah, when I first started doing videos 2 YouTube channels ago, that's how it started. Was me just like doing like a video diary. That was back in 2020. But yeah, if that's what they call it, That shows you how disconnected I am. I don't necessarily know all that terminology, but yes, I think, yeah. Okay. Now we'll go with, let's see. I guess we'll go with we'll go ahead and get our state card for the day. Have our educational moment for the day. Yesterday we got Iowa. Spending time to really get to know yourself on a deeper level. You know, a lot of times we don't want to do that. Kind of like when you're suffering with addiction, but on a different level. You know, we don't want to get sober because we don't want to feel those emotions we've been burying with whatever chemical. You know, a lot of people don't necessarily use drugs to bury those emotions. That you can use all kinds of things, but you know, taking the time to really dive deep and find out, get clarity about yourself, about your spiritual posture, your emotional posture. Going back to our namaste, pay attention to your posture, pay attention to the way you feel. What happened to make you feel that way? What can you do to help yourself feel better? And that's different for everybody. You know, maybe it's cooking yourself a special meal. Maybe it's treating yourself to an expensive coffee. You know, whatever it is, it's different for everybody. All right, educational moment. If you've already found your personal independence, you know, being proud of yourself that you can be independent, that you can make it on your own. You know, there's a lot of people in this world that don't have that. That was a bunch of cards, but Colorado was on the top. Iowa tried to flip out again. There we go. West Virginia. The capital is Charleston. Nickname is the Mountain State. West Virginia gained statehood June 20th, 1863. The state bird is the cardinal. The flower is the rhododendron. Wait a minute. RHODODENDRON. The motto, Mountaineers are always free. Quick facts. Mother's Day was first observed at Andrew's Church in Grafton on May 10th, 1908. Wow. The Golden Delicious apple originated in Clay County. And the Grave Creek Mound in Moundsville is the largest prehistoric burial mound in the United States. Wow. All right. I didn't know that that's where Golden Delicious apples came from. That's interesting. Those are actually really good apples. My favorite is the Granny Smith green apples, but I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but I did see a video at one point that said that those aren't like true natural apples, that those are, what do they call it? Genetically modified. What does that mean? What does what mean? The Grave Creek Mound, a prehistorical burial mound, that like a Native American burial site, is what I take from it. Is that, I don't know if that's what you were asking about or not. Okay. Now we'll pull from the Angels of Abundance deck. Last night we got Windfall of Abundance, Face Your Financial Fears, and Clearing Debts. I'm going to turn my fan on real quick. The whole description. Oh, those are just, that's just the educational moment, you know, learning about the state. That state was West Virginia. You know, we kind of talked about it a little bit last night. You know, me trying to encourage other people to gain knowledge. And that's an area that I've been trying to focus on, is gaining knowledge about the states. It actually took me a really long time to find that deck, believe it or not. West Virginia. All right, now we'll get an Angel of Abundance Oracle. Look at that, declutter. Double confirming our angel number 4, organization. Declutter. Declutter your mind, declutter your home, declutter your life. Clean energy and food on the bottom of the deck. And unlimited ideas on the top of the deck. All right, so declutter. You will feel better and more focused if you'll take time to clear away clutter from your living and workspace. Donate what you can to help others who may need your items. Be sure to keep your schedule uncluttered as well. So very much confirming what we already said about the organization card. You know, getting your energy organized in whatever way that could mean for you. 5656 when I looked at the timer. Decluttering your home, decluttering your mind, getting clarity, getting centered. That will also help eliminate any confusion, going back to the confusion card we got with the Celestial Insights. You know, the items that you're getting rid of, don't, you know, I always donate. I don't donate to Goodwill anymore, but most areas have some kind of, you know, either church or like homeless community center type thing where you can donate items. All right, clean energy and food. When you fuel your body with a healthful organic diet, you increase your energy levels and ability to focus. This automatically leads to more efficiency, better ideas, and a higher vibration, which attracts golden opportunities and beneficial relationships. So being aware about what you're consuming, not only just with your food, but with your entertainment. You know, being aware of what you're consuming on all levels. And then you have unlimited ideas. Your mind is one with God's infinite mind. Therefore, you have complete access to unlimited ideas, guaranteed to bring blessings. All you need to do is take divinely guided action to allow these ideas to come to fruition. That goes back to what we talked about at the beginning of the video with the clarity and the get centered affirmations. If you can quiet your mind and center your energy, it will allow you to better connect with the spirit realm, to hear the messages that they're sending you, or to see the messages that they're sending you. You know, a lot of times we deal with delays because we're not getting those messages. Maybe even going so far as doing like a detox, a system flush of some kind. I try to do that on a pretty regular basis, but, you know, it's different for everybody. Really trying to be aware, just being aware of what you're putting in your body in general. All right, now we'll pull from, let's see, what will we do next? We'll do the Wandering Heart Oracle. We got very interesting cards from that deck last night. Last night we got Fertility, Alchemy, Orgasm, and Caged Bird. We had some very interesting energy up in here last night. Or very much organizing your thoughts. Make a plan. Write it down. You know, especially when we were talking about the declutter and the food and, you know, the mental space. You know, I didn't even notice this. A honeymoon on the bottom of the deck as we're getting started. And miscarriage on the top of the deck. If you're not the type of person that writes things down, maybe start trying to make that a habit. You know, making a plan, making a list of things that you need or things that you need to get rid of. You know, going online and maybe looking into different food substitutions. You know, like healthier versions of things that you already consume. May I just say, the dogs are not the least bit happy about the fact that I took their couch away. The couch that they have now is smaller, and they're not happy about it at all. He's over here huffing and puffing. That's what made me think of that. All right, now we'll pull from the Wandering Heart Oracle. Autopilot. Look at that. You saw me shuffle. Honeymoon is still on the bottom of the deck. Caged Bird on the top of the deck. That's what we got. That's one of the ones we just put back in. I'm going to put that back in because we did just read that last night. But obviously, that's very strong energy. What's behind that? Heads Up. Let's see what that one has to say. Two-Face on the bottom of the deck. Followed by Boundaries. Number 9, number 12, and number 19. Autopilot. We've seen that recently. I'm not exactly sure when, but that card has come out recently. Could it be us? I mean, yeah. Anything's possible, right? Let's see what that card means. Cloud 9, Desire. This chapter is titled Euphoria or Euphoria. All right, nothing feels better than falling in love. And we did get a lot of, like with the Celestial Insights last night and with these cards last night, we did, and Love's out here again today with the love affirmation. Nothing feels better than falling in love. The early stages are always the most memorable, but also the quickest. Seize each moment of every day. Pay attention to your lover. Communicate as efficiently as you know how. Express your wants and your needs and ask your partner to do the same. Free each other. Dress up. Take pictures. Create scrapbooks. Write poems. Make playlists for one another. Find time for intimacy. Most importantly, never set unrealistic expectations for yourself or others. And that did come up last night where we talked about, you know, and I think I talked about it at the beginning of the video tonight, not making decisions based on other people's expectations, but also being realistic in the expectations you have of yourself. You are immersed in delight. You have fallen in love again. You found somebody to be soft with after what feels like a lifetime of numbness. If single, you have fallen in love with your softness again. So that could be very much connected to the inner child. You have faith in the power that delicacy holds. You're treating your life like a playground, having a ball, living in curiosity. Work is picking up, ideas are flowing, and you feel like the you that you love the most. So, very much, yeah, very much lining up with the love affirmation. Embracing that self-love, embracing the love that comes from others. And even going back to our crown chakra affirmation, the bliss card. You know, when life throws bliss at you, soak it up. Enjoy those moments while they last, because life goes by really fast. All right, we'll read 9, which is autopilot. Find beauty in the present. Abstraction and detachment. Here you are deeply centered, unconcerned, and unprovoked with the world around you. There is no need to blink out of this state of being. Your energy is neutral, neither welcoming nor standoffish. To some degree, you are stuck, and to another, you are liberated. This is your homecoming. Pleasurable fortune greets you at the door. Anxiety has no status nor blessings here. Life is abundant because you have claimed it to be, and so it shall be. There's no desire to adjust the past nor govern the future. The diligence that you possess and the empathy you hold for others speaks for itself. You have no apprehension moving forward. Your confidence is steadfast. You're moving through the world declaring love and cheer, knowing that your efforts will manifest tenfold. Right? Yeah. We talked about it last night, you know, really, or I don't know, it may not have necessarily been last night because it comes up a lot, but I think we did talk about it last night, you know, really embracing what we have to share with other people, you know, walking in kindness, not letting other people's energy take that away from us. You know, still having that kindness and love and empathy for others, even though it may not be shared with us by the outside world. All right, and then we got 19, heads up. Observe your surroundings, mindfulness and cognizant. This card reminds you to stay present, treasure your circumstances, be intentional with how you navigate through spaces that aren't your sacred space. Do not get caught off guard. There's a chance someone nearby has plans to take advantage of you. When your head is down, you are an easy target. Be receptive to the energy. Everywhere you go, scout the environment before entering. In this position, you are grounded. Your feet feel light. Your mind is clean. Your head is high. Your trust that got really loud when the commercial came on. You trust that you are solid. Your burdens are passing. You've made your way over the hurdles that tried to distract you from advancement. Both the sun and the wind have messages for you. If only you agree to listen. Wow. Going back to the very beginning, talking about getting centered and clarity and personal growth. And going back to what we talked about last night, being aware of the energy that you share with others, and also be aware of the energy that you are absorbing by being around others or just being in certain environments. Not allowing yourself to get caught up in other people's drama, even other people's expectations. In this card, she's carrying her harvest. You know, she's carrying the water. Water represents emotions. She's carrying her harvest. How's that saying go? There's a time to sow and there's a time to reap. In this card, she's reaping her harvest. So all that good energy that you put out into the world coming back to you. In this autopilot card, it's hard to see because it kind of blends in with the cloud a little bit, but there's a white dove right there. White doves represent, it's 1:11:22 on the timer when I looked. White doves represent spiritual energy, angels, ancestors, spirit guides, the Most High, your higher self. That's another energy to be aware of, going back to the clarity and the getting centered. Strengthen that relationship with your spirit, with your angels, ancestors, spirit guides. Embracing that relationship. Oh, and look, that's the picture on the front of the deck. The heads up. That's the same picture. Even looking at it from a self-love perspective with the honeymoon energy, going back to what I was talking about before, kind of, you know, spoiling yourself, loving on yourself a little bit extra, doing something special for yourself. You know, that's different for everybody. We get joy from different things. All right, now we'll pull from the Animal Allies deck. Last night we got hummingbird, crane, and parrot. On the personal growth card, it's a it's a frog riding, I want to say a unicycle, but it's not really because there's a big wheel and a little wheel. So frog energy, we got that last night with our animal spirit deck. And also being aware of like the big wheel and the little wheel, the wheel turning. It's not a unicycle, so you're not on your own. You know, there's two wheels working. Frogs are like a healing energy. In the frog card, it talks about, you know, they're not only connected with earth, but they're also connected to water. So earth, kind of going with our chakra cards, your root chakra, your base chakra, getting grounded. But then water energy, which also showed up in the heads up card, the water energy, the emotions. So, you know, taking control of your emotions, not letting your emotions affect your physical. Decluttering your thoughts, decluttering your emotions, letting that go. Going back to the angel numbers, 2244, acceptance, surrender, let it go, find your peace. Moving forward, moving on from past mistakes, learning from those past mistakes. Thank Thank you. I mean, in reality, even when we feel like we're doing it on our own, we're not. There's always things going on in the background that we're not aware of. And that wheel, that little bitty wheel, is in the back. So knowing that that wheel is turning, that even though we may look, he's not seeing it. You know, he's looking forward, and obviously he knows this wheel is moving because he's making it move. But that wheel helps him maintain balance because it's not a unicycle, so it's almost like a training wheel type. So yeah, very much getting like angels, ancestors, spirit guides from that. But you know, knowing that just because we don't see stuff going on in the background doesn't mean things aren't happening. It doesn't mean that that wheel's not turning, you know. Kind of giving me like Wheel of Fortune tarot card vibes. You know, that wheel is turning even though we may not see it. That is an interesting metaphor, isn't it? And interesting that we saw the fog energy last night. As I move toward greater consciousness, I feel old thoughts and habits fall away. Like training wheels on a bike, they helped me get where I am. But now that I can ride, I don't need those slow training wheels anymore. Blue Jay flipped over. I'm not going to take it because that's a big old stack of cards, but I will acknowledge it because it showed itself. Puffin, Owl, and Albatross. I think that's the first time we've gotten the Albatross card. Owls represent wisdom. Depending on how you look at it, they can also be messengers from the spirit realm. Interesting. Albatross. I've heard of that kind of bird, but I don't really know much about them. Albatross superpowers. Making hard things look easy. Commitment, loyalty, stamina, bringers of good luck and bad, seeing beneath the surface. Albatross wisdom. Taking your time when it comes to matters of the heart and standing by your convictions are signs of wisdom and character. Look at that. I said wisdom with the owl. With clarity comes wisdom. When Albatross appears, don't be afraid to take up space in your own life and the world at large. Where can you let yourself become a bigger, more authoritative presence? Albatross wants you to know you have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. Going back to our angel number 2020, strength. And was it last night that we got personal power? You make good choices when you trust yourself and seek out wisdom from your inner voice. Very much lining up with the 3 affirmations that we got from the affirmators deck. Get centered, clarity, and personal growth. Get centered so you can receive clarity, so you can embrace your personal growth and see that you have the strength to pursue whatever it is. Just life in general. All right, and then Owl and Puffin. Owl superpowers. Intuition, power, acknowledging reality, change, mystery, wisdom, hidden abilities, prosperity, self-actualization, night energy. Owl wisdom. The key to dismantling obstacles or blocks is to recognize what is already working and focus on that. Everything needed to feel good or succeed already exists and is available. My right ear, it's not ringing, it's like tingling, almost like it, not numb, but like really cold. That's weird. I think that's the first time that's ever happened to me. I know, was it last night that my right ear started ringing at the beginning of the video? It's not like the outside of my ear, it's like the inside of my ear just got really cold. That was weird. Okay. When owl appears, examine ways you may be holding back and resources you may be overlooking. Take a close look at your shadow self. Pierce through illusions, self-made or otherwise. Owl wants you to know you have everything you need inside of you. It's simply a matter of strengthening what's weak and giving yourself grace. We did see the grace card the other day in our chakra affirmations. You are a wise and wild creature. Start owning it. Yeah, that was like, I want to say that it's because of the fan, but it wasn't my whole ear. It was just the very, like that little pocket that's right there. And it's gone now. It just lasted for a few seconds, but that was weird. Interesting. Not scary, interesting, but still weird. All right, now we have Puffin. Puffin superpowers. Commitment, strong family bonds, finding humor in tense situations, thoughtfulness, and self-expression. Puffin wisdom. Feeling different. There's an ant climbing up my wall right now. I did have the door open today, and it just fell on my table. I don't know if ant is in this book or not. Okay, I got distracted. Puffin wisdom. Feeling different isn't something to view as a negative. Personality quirks and uniqueness of character make life fun and spicy. When Puffin appears, strengthen personal connections by showing up as your authentic self. Consider what you need but aren't getting from the people closest to you. Ask yourself how it's possible to meet your own needs. Going back to the base chakra affirmation of independence, I did say something about that earlier in the video. If you're the type of person that you're not very independent, it was 123:32 on the timer when I looked, trying to strengthen your personal independence. Puffin wants you to know it may be time to level up your self-care game. If you need to make some micro or major changes, leaning on friends and family for support is a solid first step. I talked about that at the very beginning of the video when we talked about the inner child. You know, a lot of times self-care is part of that. If you don't have friends or family that you can lean on for support, seeking that support elsewhere. Unity, yes. Unity with your community, unity with your angels, ancestors, spirit guides, the spirit realm in general. You know, loving yourself enough to know that you deserve that. You know, a lot of us, when we're very critical of ourselves, we feel like we don't deserve that sense of community when we really do. I keep being drawn back to that heads up card. Being aware of your own energy, not just the energy of the people and environments that you encounter, but making sure to get centered so that you can be aware of your own energy. Confirmation. Good vibes, 741 hertz. So embracing the wisdom that you already have, you know, welcoming new wisdom in, making that part of your personal growth. No matter what type of wisdom that is. I don't know what she's doing. Right. Yes. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of that. Numerology is something that I can't help but notice the patterns when they happen. And right now, there's 2 people viewing and 3 likes. So that's also 23. So, yeah, numerology. That was really kind of my first experience with synchronicities and whatnot was numerology. And with the 2244 last night, we got 2222. Well, 2 plus 2 is 4, right? So 22 and 22 is 44. And then we got 4 tonight. We got 2020, 2020 and 2020. 2 plus 2 is 4. So yeah. 4 likes on your screen. Nice. All right. I love it when things just line up like that. I guess we'll do the stones and minerals. Explore the universe of gems and minerals. Last night we got rose quartz, carnelian, and aquamarine. Renewal, endurance, power, safe travels, exploration, renewal. Look at that. We had double renewal last night, and in the celestial insights tonight, we got renewal. And then we got rose quartz, love, joy, and connection. We've got the love affirmation out here with the wild offering oracle. So very similar energies from last night and tonight. Which, I mean, just being honest, when I stay on my routine where I'm doing videos every day, that does tend to happen. But, you know, I'm guilty as charged and I'm trying to get better about it, about coming on every day. But, you know, just like anybody else, I get discouraged, but I'm getting better about it. I can't tell if she's trying to cover up or not. I don't think she is. I think she's just being restless. They're not used to me being out here this late of an evening either, so that may have something to do with it. All right. Aquamarine still on the top of the deck after all that shuffling. Amazonite, luck, abundance, and comfort. That's a beautiful color. I'm not sure if I've ever actually encountered that stone in person. Aquamarine still on the top of the deck. Safe travels, exploration, and renewal. And then crazy lace agate on the bottom of the deck. Laughter, joy, and balance. That's a beautiful stone. That almost looks like oil painting. I don't know if you can... A lot of red and black and white. Very much, I'm sure if I stared at that picture long enough, I could probably find images within all those patterns. But what I'm seeing right up here in the corner is it's like a pod. Two-piece pod, like a pea pod, is that's what that looks like. Darling, that's enough. So a lot of blue out here. Aquamarine with the renewal energy, and we've got renewal out here still. Luck, abundance, and comfort. Laughter, joy, and balance. We talked about that last night, about finding balance. Balancing our emotions. Going back to the Angel of Abundance card, the clean energy food. You know, balancing, you know, the good food with the maybe not so good food. All right. That's a really beautiful stone. That's the first time we've ever gotten that one, the crazy lace. It's, I'm going to pull that one up real quick. Darling, that really is enough. Please stop. Crazy lace. Oh, wait. Emotional stability, joy and happiness, concentration and focus, protection, grounding, flow and acceptance, inner peace and harmony, nurturing and protective, creative inspiration. I did talk about getting in touch with your creativity, to embrace your inner child, to love on your inner child. Flow and acceptance. We have acceptance with our angel number 2244. Grounding. I talked about getting grounded when we got the base chakra independence affirmation. Emotional stability. We talked about balancing the emotions. It promotes inner stability, composure, and emotional balance, helping you navigate challenging times. Composure, kind of going back to our namaste, be aware of your posture, compose yourself. Wow. All right. Concentration and focus, going along with the angel number 4 organization, you know, getting your thoughts organized, staying focused on, you know, your goals, what you're trying to accomplish. You know, that's going to be different for everybody. All right, let's get back to the hand pan.
Hi, there is Dr. Chadwell.
I hate commercials. All right.
We look at collagen differently.
Now we'll pull from the animal spirit deck. Last night we got a hummingbird and frog. Already seen the frog energy out here. We got double confirmation on the hummingbird last night. Really finding balance, really getting grounded, being aware of maybe things that we need to work on, things that we need to release, knowing that we have the strength to do that. And also with the autopilot from the Wandering Heart Oracle, not going through life on autopilot, Be aware of what's going on around you. Be aware of your feelings, your thoughts, your energy, that yours and the energy of others. Also, kind of lining up with the heads up, being aware of your surroundings so you don't get caught off guard. I mean, even so much as in a literal sense of, like don't walk to your car by yourself after dark, have your keys in your hand ready. Don't go out. Don't take a nature hike by yourself. Make sure that you have somebody with you, that kind of thing. Carry it, if you're out a lot at night, make sure you carry a flashlight with you. Have your phone in your hand, be ready for if something happens. Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. We got Scorpion. Yeah. Peacock on the bottom of the deck. Hyena on the top of the deck. Yeah, sneaky energy there. Also lining up with the heads up. The heads up was talking about that sneaky energy. Snakes in the grass. People that may not be there for your highest good. People that, people that are trying to restrict your personal growth. Throw you out of balance. There are those people, like, of course, I've pretty much cut everybody out of my life, but as far as in general, we have those people that come and they always want to remind us of the past mistakes that we've made. They don't want to accept that we've overcome those. They try to hold us back and hold us down, instead of allowing us to embrace our personal growth and overcome the mistakes that we've made. Don't keep people like that around. They offer no good in your life. And most of those people are usually snakes in the grass. They try to present themselves as one thing, but in reality, they're just there to throw you off balance. All right, Scorpion is fire energy. Don't get stung by that scorpion. Passionate, competitive, tends toward isolation. Notice how the stinger is on fire. This girl is on fire. What song is that? I don't know what song that is. I want to say that's Rihanna or Alicia Keys, but I don't really know. All right. The scorpion is a passionate and determined creature. Their career is very important to them, as are a few select friends. Sometimes the scorpion's heat festers and they focus on an unresolved event from the past, usually a situation where they were left feeling burned. The Scorpion card says it's time to come clean about your feelings so everyone can heal and you can get back to your usual fiery but fun self. When in balance, wild and free and fierce. When out of balance, jealous, resentful, unresolved. To bring into balance, honesty and forgiveness. So yeah, self-forgiveness, forgiveness of people, places, and situations, that may have hurt you. Forgiving yourself for the mistakes that you've made in the past. A lot of times that unforgiveness really does hold us back. And I say it all the time, self-forgiveness is the hardest. You know, especially if we're dealing with people that we love and people that we care about, we want to forgive those people because we love and care about them. But we're really hard on ourselves and we hold on to that regret, that shame, that guilt, whatever it is. So letting go of that, going back to acceptance, our angel number 2244, surrender, let go, moving forward. You know, letting go, releasing the mistakes that you've made, embracing the personal power and the strength that it took for you to overcome that. And if clarity is needed in a situation, seeking that clarity, whether it's within yourself or outside of yourself with, you know, people, places, or environments. All right. I very much feel like that's connected to the heads up card. You know, be aware of people that bring that type of energy into your life. All right, and then we'll read hyena because it's right next to scorpion. Humor, wit, and sarcasm. The hyena personality is a jokester and crowd pleaser. But below the surface, there are unfulfilled dreams to be realized. When the hyena card appears, it's time to reflect on your resilience, on your reliance of sarcasm and humor to express your truth. Are you using jokes to hide old resentments in relationships or to mask things that you feel uncomfortable discussing? What would happen if you took your goals seriously? When in balance, charming, witty, fun to be around. When out of balance, scrappy, petty, and suspicious. To bring into balance, sobriety. Wow, that's interesting because addiction did come up earlier in the video. I don't remember what it was that made me talk about it, but it did come up. Sobriety can also help us get centered. It can help us find that clarity that we're seeking. You know, to each their own. That may be the personal growth that needs to be made. All right, and then we got peacock. Let's see. Peacock is air energy. Or maybe that's fire as well. No, it's air. And with peacocks, the male is the one that's bright and colorful, which really that applies to all birds in general. The males are the ones that are brightly colored because they use that to attract their females. Inner beauty, compassion, assimilator of anything. The beauty of the peacock is unrivaled. It's easy to think it comes from the plumage, but the secret of the peacock is that the beauty resides within and extends outward indefinitely. This adept creature can assimilate or digest all life experiences. So it does not harbor resentment, conflict, or past pain within the psyche. The peacock type is extremely rare. Not many of us have reached this advanced level of acceptance of self and others. Wow. 2244, acceptance. When in balance, confident and kind. When out of balance, can't digest situations. To bring into balance, meditation on navel. All right, so navel is the solar plexus chakra. We got double solar plex energy with the Chakra Wisdom Oracle cards. Solar plexus is where we carry a lot of emotions, whether that's unforgiveness, confusion. We did get confusion with the celestial insights. So seeking that clarity so you're no longer confused. You know, doing that inner work that may be difficult but necessary. You know, knowing that you're resilient and, you know, that you can overcome whatever the obstacles you're dealing with. You know, whether it's healing from past trauma, whether it's, you know, releasing and letting go of people, places, and situations that either are holding you back or just causing harm or unbalance in one way, shape, or another. Interesting. All right, now we'll get our Archangel of Fire Oracle. Last night we got 16. Gagiel, feminine energy. Very much making me think of the Miracle card where it talks about, you know, the fire. Lighting that, renewing that inner flame, that inner desire for whatever your personal growth journey is. Even if that inner desire is just to receive clarity, understanding that it's up to us to do the work to receive that clarity. You know, embracing the journey, understanding that as long as we're aware and open to the messages that we're receiving, that we will overcome the mistakes that we've made. But we're the only ones that can control that. Nobody can do that inner work for us. You know, and everybody's inner work is different. You know, some of us, you know, we're healing from childhood trauma, healing from addiction, healing from abuse, you know, whatever it is, but embracing that journey. Building your own strength instead of going back to the independence with the base chakra affirmation, you know, learning how to be strong on your own. That's not always easy, but it's the best, especially when you're on your healing journey. When you get a bunch of people and their opinions involved, it gets you become confused. You know, and that's what we're trying to prevent is confusion. It's what we're trying to overcome is the confusion that we've lived our entire lives in. You know? Even so much as accepting the fact that, you know, accepting all the lies and the illusions that we've been served and getting centered so that you can find your truth and in turn see the truth of the world around us. Draw on your inner strength during challenging times. Your resilience can lead to personal growth. Stay focused and remain open-minded as you navigate each step of your journey. Number 6, Uriel. The first thing I always notice about this card is him holding the book. Always learning. Always growing. Also going back to what we talked about already about writing and journaling, making lists, getting organized, making a plan. Right here in his hand, That's a book. So embracing the knowledge that comes our way, actually, and even seeking that knowledge out so that we can have clarity. All right, Uriel, number 6. It hasn't been that long since we've gotten this card. Salvation. Uriel's name means fire of God or flame of God. No, it is actually the Star of David on the front of that book. As the vibrant firefly and plumes coming from his palms in the image of him as a gentle Balinese man on the card suggests, Uriel is the keeper of the flame of divine love. He teaches us the path of salvation, helps purify our hearts and release lower energies, such as guilt and anger, which may cloud our judgment. Call upon Uriel to help resolve arguments and bring forgiveness and healing into tense situations. We were just talking about that. He can help you start afresh and let go of hurts and grudges. Also known as the angel of the earth, Uriel watches over our planet and the elements. He is the supreme counselor and one of the wisest of the archangels. So you can ask him to assist whenever you have an interview or exam, or if you need the answer to a difficult question. He'll sharpen your senses so the answers you are seeking pop into your head. Wow. If you're seeking clarity, openly ask the questions that you're seeking answers for. His general message: let go of anger and unforgiveness and let my flame of love illuminate your heart. I can help free you from emotional pain. If you do not know the right words to say, call upon me and I will speak through your heart. You can become the essence of Uriel by being a compassionate and forgiving human being. Sometimes we may hold unforgiveness within our subconscious, where we are not aware of it. Do this process to help bring up any stuck emotions so you can heal and forgive yourself and others. Connect to your physical body and call upon Archangel Uriel. Tune into your body and see if you can sense any lower vibrations or feelings. Do you sense any guilt, shame, or unforgiveness within you? Wherever you hold lower emotions within the body, connect to the area now and ask Uriel to bring in his firefly of freedom. He will help you release trapped emotions with regards to a person or situation so it may be healed. Forgiveness does not excuse bad behavior, but it will set you free from torment so you can move forward with grace. Very much lining up with the angel spirit animal cards that we got, the animal spirit cards that we got. Also with the get centered and the clarity. Very much summing up in a nutshell a lot of what we've already talked about. Decluttering not only your space, your physical, but your emotional and spiritual self. Forgiving yourself for the mistakes that you've made. Forgiving others for maybe the role that they played in those mistakes. We don't always make them on our own. A lot of times there's people with us on that journey that contribute to those mistakes happening, right? Forgiving yourself for not knowing any better. Going back to the heads up card that we saw with the Wandering Heart Oracle, you know, forgiving yourself for not knowing that somebody was a snake, for not knowing that somebody had ill intentions. That's hard to do. Going back to what I said earlier about self-forgiveness being the hardest part. Forgiving yourself for not knowing better. And now that you know better, doing better. Loving yourself enough to do better. Allowing yourself to grow through those and from those mistakes. I mean, I think it's something that everybody deals with in this life. It's easier for some than it is for others. For me, self-forgiveness has been, and unfortunately probably always will be, the hardest part. Even going so far as, you know, writing those things down that maybe you're struggling to let go of. Asking the spirit realm for help with that. You know, whether it's accepting whatever has happened or whether it's just releasing what has happened. All right, now we'll pull from the Herbal Astrology deck. Last night we got Poppy. Number 41, Dream. Oh, what is that song? Life is but a dream. It's like an old doo-wop song. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Make her the cutest that I've ever seen. That's a good song. Mr. Sandman. I don't know who sings it, though. I did get a copyright last night in the live. I don't care. I always give them credit for their music. I don't understand how that works, but I'm over worrying about it. I very much connect with music, and, you know, it's not like I'm getting monetized anyways, so I don't really care about the copyright thing. The Chordettes. Yeah. It's an older song. Oh, it says him, not her. Give him the word that I'm not a rover. I actually came in reverse, but I think I might have the deck upside down.
Yes.
Bring us a dream, give him a pair of eyes with a come hither gleam. Give
A
him
come hither gleam.
heart like Pagliacci, and lots of wavy hair like Liberace.
Wavy hair like Liberace.
Would be so peachy before we do on. So please turn on your magic beam, Mr. Sandman, bring us. Please, 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 Mr. Sandman, bring us our dream.
I got a question for you. For the folks at home.
All right, the card we got is 38. When you break that down, that breaks down to 11, which breaks down to a 2. CACAO. Cacao. Initiation is the title of it. Let's see.
Cacao.
Cacao. All right. Cacao. Card number 38. I'm pretty sure that's chocolate. That's so crazy. I talked about chocolate. Was that in this video or last night? I don't know, but I talked about chocolate. Shut up. There's a parrot in this card too, and we saw the parrot last night. I don't know what kind of parrot that is. It almost looks like it has peacock feathers coming out of its tail. Was it last night? Okay. Yeah, because I talked about all the different plants. Oh, okay, yeah. A lot of people don't realize that chocolate does come from a plant. It's a seed, just like coffee. Coffee, people, they call them coffee beans, but they're not really beans. They're seeds. There's a heart with a crown right here on top. Interesting. Oh, my YouTube went away. All right. Be that way. We'll pull it back up. All right, number 38. Wow. The handpan that popped up was Follow Your Heart. 1111 hertz. Because I had to reopen it and start over, so it's a different one than the one we were listening to. We were listening to 888. And this is 38, which breaks down to an 11. Okay. I can't exaggerate it from time to time, I guess. Initiation. Initiation, spiritual test, revelation, access to the cosmic heart, divine love, light beings, channeling languages of light. Now, it did technically come out in reverse. So, broken wings. Oh, wow. Self-distrust, lack of self-love, step out of your own way. That very much connects with what we've been talking about. Astrological ruler, Uranus and Venus. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. When I saw Broken Wings, it made me think of a song. It's a Willie Nelson song. Or no. It's the name of the song is called Broken Wing, but it's a female artist. I'm not going to pull it up again just because we just got back started, but that is a good song too. I might play it when we get done. Okay. As empires rose and fell through time, all civilizations, starting with the Mayans 5,500 years ago, covered cacao wait a minute. Coveted cacao for its nutritional power and supernatural properties. It was also a pillar of their economies and a part of religious rites, appearing as a key element in many spiritual ceremonies, death rites, and sacrifices. In the Mayan creation story, gods created humans out of food. I did not know that. Including cacao. And in another Mayan myth, their god Kukulkan, or feathered serpent, brought cacao to the people. The Aztecs have a similar story wherein their god came from the sky to give them cacao. In a 1552 Aztec book of herbal medicine, cacao flowers are noted to treat fatigue. In the Florentine Codex from 1590, prescriptions of cacao beans and herbs are used to alleviate fever, shortness of breath, and faintness of heart. There have been over 100 uses found in historical text, all of which correspond with Uranus's healing energy. The plant helps the nervous system of exhausted patients, improves weakness and mental fatigue, stimulates the kidneys, and helps with digestion and elimination. In addition to cacao beans, preparation of cacao bark, cacao butter, or oil, leaves, and flowers have been used to treat burns, bowel dysfunction, cuts, and skin irritations. Guidance. Quetzal has flown into your cards today. I'm going to have to look that up. I don't know who that is. That's where my desire for knowledge can slow me down sometimes. Quetzal? I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. Ooh, my right ear just started ringing. Quetzal. Quetzal. I'm saying it wrong. Okay. Who is that? Or what is that? It's the bird. A tropical bird. So the bird right here, it really does have tail feathers like that. All right. Curiosity solved. All right. Has flown into your cards today, symbolizing initiation. The sky gods are speaking and bathing your soul in liquid light as you traverse a series of spiritual tests. This bird is considered one of the highest divine apparitions, as it is associated with the snake god, the feathered serpent. Like cacao, both are considered precious heavenly gifts from the sky gods. These divine apparitions today are asking you to deeply tune in to the cosmic heart. My music just quit playing too. Wow. What is happening? It's 10:44 my time. My YouTube just shut off again. That's kind of cray-cray too. That's the second time it's happened.
Tennessee homeowners.
444 on the clock. Yeah.
30 days or less, then listen up.
Because we want to buy your.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. All right, now the handpan is the Seeker 369. 369 energy. That's a spiritual meaning in itself. Okay. These divine apparitions today are asking you to deeply tune in to the cosmic heart. Let it move you. Open yourself to receive the holy gifts provided and listen carefully to the light language pouring through them. Keep evolving your frequency rooted in unconditional love. Step out of your own way and allow your heart to blossom. Know that through this divine love, we experience the cosmic heart, the gateway to spirit. So going back to what we've already talked about, opening up your heart, healing your heart, being aware of the signs and synchronicities that the universe is sending. Open your heart so that you can be open to receive the miracles that are coming your way. We did get the miracle energy in the chakra oracles. I want to go back. I really want to go back to see what about that bird. Quetzal. Native to Central and South America rainforests. Guatemala's national bird, appearing on the country's flag and coat of arms. The name translates to sacred or precious in some Mesoamerican languages. The spiritual meaning. This is a bird of significant spiritual and cultural importance in Mesoamerican cultures, particularly among the Mayans and the Aztecs. It is often associated with freedom, divine connection, transformation, and the spiritual world. Freedom and liberation, divine connection, transformation, and renewal. Look at that. Truth and integrity. We read about integrity in the Chakra Wisdom Oracle. Messenger between worlds, sacred and precious, symbol of God, of goodness and light, and a national symbol. Wow. So going back to what we already talked about, accepting your truth, embracing your truth, so that you can walk with integrity. Forgive yourself for the mistakes that you've made so that you can embrace and walk in the light of love and integrity and inspiration and encouragement and motivation. I guess I need to get me some chocolate, because chocolate has come up a lot. And if you've never watched, if you've never seen how they actually, how it's actually made into chocolate, that in itself is an interesting process. They core the plant of all the seeds, and the seeds are like in this white marshmallowy type coating, and they have to, and then after they clean all that off, they put the seeds out in the sun and let them dry, and then you grind them up, and that's how you get raw cocoa. And cacao, true pure chocolate, is not very sweet. In ways that it's almost bitter, like dark chocolate. A lot of people don't like dark chocolate because of the bitterness. Wow. The taking the bitter with the sweet. Every time I hear that saying, I always think of the movie Vanilla Sky. That's an amazing movie with Tom Cruise. If you have not seen it, it was on the YouTube free movies for a while, but it's not on there anymore. But very much lining up with everything we've seen out here so far, embracing the bitter, accepting the bitter, because knowing that you won't value the sweet if you've never experienced the bitter. You know, if you're fed with a silver spoon your whole life, if you've never experienced pain and trauma and made mistakes, you're not going to be able to embrace the positive things in your life. Wow. That just totally came full circle. Embracing the journey, accepting the things that you've gone through that helped you find your strength, seeing those bitter situations for what they were and releasing that bitterness so that you can embrace the sweetness that life truly has to offer. And it's always those small things. Oh, I love that movie. That's with Johnny Depp in it. I love that movie. That is true, authentic hot chocolate that she makes in that movie. I love that movie. I'll come around and get that squeak out your door. I actually watched that movie not too long ago. It was on the free movie list on YouTube, but I don't think it's on there anymore. You know, they rotate them out so often, but I love that movie. What actually drew me to that movie before I ever actually watched it was the red cape that she wears in that movie. My cape doesn't necessarily look like hers, but I do have a red cape, and I also have a red pea coat. I don't know if you know what that is, but a red pea coat that has a hood. That movie very much speaks of, you know, following your path, you know, moving when spirit tells you to move, but staying when spirit tells you to stay. She wanted so bad to leave because she let her emotions get the best of her. But then when everything happened with her daughter and her mother's ashes and all that, she realized that that's where she was meant to be. That's a beautiful movie. I love that movie. The worst part is when the dude sets their boats on fire. That's awful. But nonetheless. And when Johnny Depp fakes like he ate the worm, that's a cute part of the movie too. I love that movie. I can tell you that movie scene by scene. I've seen it that many times. That's a good movie. All right. We've made it to the Mary Magdalene Oracle. Last night we got Christ. Love knows only mercy. Having mercy for yourself. Self-love, self-forgiveness. That way you can offer that to others. That's something that most of us struggle with. Not only giving it to ourselves, but giving it to other people as well. But knowing that that's part of the journey, the more you can embrace that, the more personal growth you will make, the stronger you will become. It's been a while. That's okay. It hasn't been that long for me. I'm going to say maybe 2 weeks since I watched it because it was on the YouTube free movies. But nonetheless, even if it hadn't been recent since I've seen it, I could at least point out like the key moments. But that movie in itself has many lessons in it that connect with what we're talking about here. You know, she had to let go of her pain so that she didn't transfer that pain over to her daughter, so that her daughter didn't suffer for the things that in the same way that she suffered, right? She had to heal her wounds so that she didn't hurt her daughter. All right, now we'll get a Mary Magdalene Oracle. I used to be a huge Johnny Depp fan. I don't really embrace or follow Hollywood anymore, but there was a time when I was a really big Johnny Depp fan. The skull. We saw this last night. It's not what we took, but we saw this last night. Card 72, which breaks down to a 9. Love has already won. Triple confirmation on the love energy. She's pregnant in this card. She has books sitting there beside her on that little stool. Going back to what we talked about last night with letting our light shine. There's candles on the table. It's hard to see because, you know, of the zooming in thing, but it's actually 3 candles. So there's 3 flames there. The Trinity. And then there's a skull sitting there on the table as well. Love has already won. All right. In chapter 9 of Mary's Gospel, the powers of the ego integrate the soul, demanding, quote, "Where are you coming from, human killer? And where are you going, space conqueror?" End quote, referencing Mary chapter 9, verse 26. This passage is about the very real struggle for the soul to become free while in the human body. The ego, fearing for its own existence, confronts the soul, calling it human killer and space conqueror. Fighting words. The ego resorts to name calling because it knows that the soul has already won. Love has already won. The ego dies when the body ceases to function. It's an ultimate reveal of how powerless the ego was all along. And that inherent powerlessness of the ego is what makes it so loud and fiercely persistent while we're alive. The ego knows it's impermanent, bound to chronological time. The soul knows that it continues to exist after the body ceases to function. The soul is not bound to time, it's eternal. And this inherent difference between the two essential aspects of what it means to be human can help us become increasingly aware of the presence of the soul, which is an unending love within us. Practicing kenosis, self-emptying love, will threaten the ego. The goal is to release any and all attachments that the ego generates. This egoic death is the aim, so that resurrection happens here in this lifetime, in this body, again and again. The painting by Georges Latour titled La Madeleine, I don't know how to say the rest of that. Basically, Mary Magdalene depicts Mary. This is the painting. Depicts Mary sitting at a desk with a skull. It's different in this one because there's no color. It's describing it to you though. She's wearing a white top and a red skirt and a simple rope belt at her waist that reveals she's pregnant. She's contemplating the flame that's radiating light. The skull, the new life in her body, the flames dance, all speak to me of the way contemplating death can be liberating. The body will die as certainty as the flame will eventually burn out. But when we can anchor into what is lasting from within, what will end, we experience. We know directly that love never dies. The physical presence of Christ is missing. He's glaringly absent, and yet she is full from within of the love that will always and has already won. The soul voice meditation. What does it feel like to know the presence of love within me? So, knowing that love of self, love of our fellow man, love of our angels, ancestors, spirit guides, the Most High. When we walk in love, when we act out of love, that forgiveness that we've been talking about, that letting go, that peace, that clarity, it comes easier when we authentically walk in love. Not only that, but it helps us gain all these things that we've been talking about. Our independence, our bliss, our personal growth, our strength. When we love ourselves enough to do the inner work, to release the grasp that our ego has on us, that death and rebirth energy that we're constantly talking about, love is the answer to all of that. Whether it's self-love or external love, it's all the same. Fortitude, endurance, inner power, resilience, and courage. When you love yourself, those things come easier. And I'm being drawn to this globe that's in her belly. This is the despondence card that we got from the chakra oracle. But notice where that globe is. It's at her belly, almost making her look pregnant. Just like she's pregnant in this card. But see, there's a child already here. Almost referencing the inner child. So, loving your inner child, yeah. A lot of inner child energy in here, out here today. Embracing your inner child so that the death and rebirth can happen. The personal growth that needs to happen can happen. Going back to the 2244, the acceptance, accepting things how they are, accepting the fact that you can't go back and change the past. You can't predict the future. All we can do in the present and release the grasp that our ego has on us. Taking the time to understand what your ego really is. Like for a long time, anytime I thought of the ego, I always associated it with arrogance, but that's not really the true meaning or idea of the ego, especially when you're looking at it from a spiritual perspective. The ego is there to protect us, but at the same time, it holds us back because we don't understand. We don't understand how it works. We don't understand how it affects our decision making. You know, it's there for a reason, but just like anything else, it can hurt us just as much as it can help us. So finding the balance between the ego and the soul. Yeah. What does it feel like to know the presence of love within me? You know, a lot of us, unfortunately, in our lives, we have to teach ourselves how to love because we didn't receive that love from other people. So not only do we have to learn how to love ourselves, but then we have to learn how to share that love with other people. And that all starts with learning how to love our inner child. Been there, done that. It's a process that I don't think is ever truly over. You know, the healing journey, in my personal opinion, the healing journey is something that never ends. It's a constant process. We're constantly learning new things about ourselves that we need to work on. And most of that starts with letting go of mistakes that we've made, whether those mistakes were made in childhood, whether they were made as adults. The longer we hold on to those mistakes and that disappointment, the longer it takes us to be able to experience our true purpose. Not only that, but just to be able to accept ourselves the way that we are, you know, without depending on other. Yes, most definitely. It's part of it. Most definitely. A lot of similar energy out here. We've got a lot of confirmations out on this table. Trust and observe. Going back to this heads up energy. Trust that you are seeing things from the right perspective. Trust your intuition. Trust that miracles are possible. You know, we talked about the mask energy a while back. You know, don't feel like you constantly have to wear a mask. You know, let that, and really the mask energy comes from the ego. You know, embrace your true authentic energy. Allow the renewal to happen. You know, let go. Even if we feel like we've healed from something, a lot of times we'll still hold on to either the memories or the emotions that are associated with that. So really making it a point to accept where we are now, not being stuck in the past, not projecting ourselves into the future, but accepting where we are now, allowing the renewal to happen. Seeking clarity so that we can release the confusion, not only about ourselves, but about the world around us. That's where a lot of people struggle. Angel numbers 4, 22, 44, and 2020. So maybe even something, I know for me in the year 2020, that's when my awakening like kicked into high gear. 2020 was a very significant year for the world as a whole. A lot of changes started happening. We went into lockdown during 2020. Very much connecting with the get centered affirmation. If you think about the lockdown energy, you know, maybe you have to lock, maybe you need to lock, maybe us as individuals, we need to kind of lock it down for a little while. You know, do some introspection, try to block out as much outside interference as possible. Also, you know, being realistic and accepting the fact that that very possibly could happen again. Being prepared for that, making smart choices so that if that does happen, you're prepared for it. 2020 was a very significant year for a lot of people. It brought a lot of clarity to a lot of people that were still very ignorant to what was going on in the world. It just the lockdown in itself, it was 2:34:34 on the timer when I looked, 2:34. That lockdown energy forced a lot of us to get centered and to work on personal growth. A lot of changes happened in that time. For us as individuals, for the world as a whole, a lot of things changed. It brought a lot of clarity to how corrupt our system really was and still is. Going back to the owl energy, hidden wisdom, like, and I'm feeling like night owl energy. Nighttime is when the world is more quiet. Maybe if you struggle with finding that quiet time, that peace, maybe nighttime would be the best time to try to find that, because it is more quiet. Like, you know, if you go outside during the day, you can hear traffic, but if you go outside at night, it's quiet. There's not traffic. There's not a bunch of, you know, just background noise. So, you know, I always have a tendency to kind of get into night owl energy during the warmer months because, you know, during summer when it's 100 degrees during the day, it's miserable trying to get anything done. But if you wait until nighttime when the temperatures are cooler, it's not as hard on your body. So going back to the nature energy that we had last night, you know, if you have difficulty with heat tolerance, you know, maybe going out in nature at nighttime. And that very much goes back to what I said earlier about, you know, having a flashlight, having pepper spray, all that jazz. Yeah. Yeah, this makes 2 nights in a row, doesn't it? Let's see. Oh, wow, it's 11:12 real time where I'm at. That's 5 energy. Didn't we get 5 yesterday? I don't even remember. I've gotten myself all mixed up now. We did get 11 energy with the cacao. It makes me want to go watch that movie. I have that movie on DVD, but I don't have a DVD player anymore. I haven't owned a TV since 2013. I keep telling myself I'm going to get a portable DVD player so that I can watch my movies, but I really just don't spend much time watching movies anymore. About the only time I watch movies anymore is bedtime. Yeah, I think so. Like I said, it's all kind of blurred together for me now. And then, of course, it all does have a tendency to blur together anyways, especially when I do videos daily. You know, I may remember that energy came up. I just may not remember when it came up. And getting the nature energy has been really, which of course it's that time of year anyways. I like to encourage people this time of year, you know, to spend more time outside. But spending time in nature really is the best way to get centered in our own energy and also to connect with our spiritual side as well. Our angels, ancestors, spirit guides. You know, and for a long time, I still do struggle to do that. And especially people that aren't used to doing it. The Scorpion card just fell on the floor. We did have a lot of fire energy out here as well. from the fire in the Archangel card to the fire in the Scorpion card. And then the Scorpion and Hyena were both fire energy. Fire signs are Aries, Leo, Sag. I don't know why I'm seeing it that way. Lighting a candle for your ancestors. Kind of how they do in different churches and synagogues where they'll light a candle. I'm gonna light a candle. It's been a while. I actually just got that ready earlier today. Turn my fan off because the fan always makes it burn faster. Also, like, oh, nice. I love cooking on the fire. What did you cook? Campfire stew is kind of always my go-to, but I love cooking on a fire. I can cook about anything that way, as long as I don't have people around distracting me. That when you're cooking on an open flame, you really have to be, you really have to be aware and pay attention. I love cooking on a fire. The first time I ever made salmon patties, I cooked them on a fire. And of course, I don't cook them that way every time I cook them, but the first time I ever cooked salmon patties, I cooked them on a fire. Noodles with spices. Nice. I had, today I had fried potatoes with onions and some sauce. I just lost signal and it booted back up. 2:42:32 on the timer. I've really gotten to where now I've kind of restricted myself to just eating once a day. But that totally just made me want some noodles. I don't eat near as much pasta as I used to. I'm trying to remember. I think I went to your page last. Aren't you a gamer? Ooh, stir-fried vegetables. I love stir-fry. I could live off that stuff. I've gotten to the point, I think I did go to your page. Don't you have pictures of like pots of soup on your main page? Like a little short video with pots of soup? I think so. I could be wrong. That might have been, there was another guy that like subscribed to my channel last night. So after I got off of here, I went and looked at the pages of the people that subscribed during my live last night. Yeah. That's not a bad thing. I mean, I don't have anything against gamers, but I'm not a real supporter. 2:44:22 on the timer. I'm not a real supporter of video games. I feel like there's better things we could do with our time. But that being said, I've been around a lot of gamers my whole life. My brother was a big gamer. Let me see. Let me switch this over to my other account. Ooh, I got a new subscriber tonight. I've made it up to 120. I do music these days. Oh, really? What kind of music? Like techno type music? Okay, no. Okay, I'm there now though. And I just subscribed to it. Your last community post says, "Do you know that feeling when humility kicks the ego?" Interesting. Nice. Okay. I'm here now. Shut up. I mean, not literally. You have a video from 8 months ago where you're doing yoga stretching shoulders. I'm a certified yoga instructor. I got my yoga teacher certification in 2021. Campfire, making grass tea and frying rice. Nice. Okay. Energy clearing, heart kundalini meditation. Is your dog a boy or a girl? Whatever you were cooking on the fire, he looked like he was waiting for his. Sorry, now I'm just like sitting here looking at your page because this is not the page that I went to last night. I went to I looked at two different pages last night. It's a boy. Okay. Yeah, mine's the same way. I have two, a boy and a girl. My boy is a pit boxer mix, and my girl is a full-blooded beagle. So you play music too. I used to play instruments when I was younger, but it would probably, I would have to basically relearn. I played in sixth grade, I played clarinet. In seventh grade, I played alto clarinet. And in eighth grade, I played the bass violin. I have one of those little steel drums now. I can't remember what they're called, but I'd love to get a handpan drum. They're so expensive though, but I would love to have one. I'm going to look at your food and cooking. I love to cook. I've gotten to the point where I don't really eat that much meat anymore. My roasting potato and bamboo leaves for tea. I like trying all different kinds of tea. That's become kind of like my new, I'm not going to say it's not an obsession, but like that's where I've been experimenting here lately. Riding a bike, like a pedal bike or like a motorcycle bike. I have a pedal bike and I was riding it a lot, but I've learned that I need to get a new seat for it. Like it's a Huffy cruiser, and I don't know, something about the seat was putting pressure on my right hip, and so I've had to quit riding it for a while, but hopefully when things pick back up, I'll be able to get me a new seat and start riding it again. Yeah. I have a basket on the front, and then I have one of those. I haven't actually put it on yet, but I got one of the shelves to put on the back where you can you can use it to carry stuff. I was actually just looking at a bicycle trailer today. I want to get one of those trailers where that I can put the dogs in that have the cover on it so that I can pull them behind me. Yeah. Key exercises. Like karate? Like Tai Chi? Is that what that is? The skill, though, stays, isn't it? Yes. I actually, going back to the tea, I actually harvested me some mimosa flowers today. And I made me some fresh mimosa and sage tea. It was the first time I'd ever made mimosa tea. The tree is so tall, though, like, I'm going to have to get a ladder or something to harvest. I think what you look at is more like Tai Chi. Okay. Yeah. Scooping up energy. Chai gun exercise. I'm not actually going to click on them, but do you still have long hair? Some of your facial expressions in these pictures. I know when you do those videos, it takes it. You don't get to choose what it puts for the thumbnail. Oh, like dreads? Really? That's so coincidental. I was looking on Marketplace today, and I don't know why dreads have started popping up on my feed, but like the one, not the real dreads, but like the ones that you, I guess, braid into your hair. The ones that popped up today, they were three different colors. There was like an indigo blue and a white and a black. The woman was selling them. I don't know. I guess for me, it's not that I don't like dreads, but I don't think my hair would do dreads. Now, when I was younger and my hair was really thick, I probably could have pulled that off really well. But my hair is so thin now that I would probably have to get some that like sewed in. I don't think my hair is, but I don't know. I've never had dreads before, so I wouldn't know. But I don't know. I've embraced my curls at this point in my life, so I don't know if I would be willing to give up my curls for dreads. Maybe the braid-in ones, like where if I didn't like it, I could take them out, but I don't know if I would be willing to do dreads like with my hair. Okay, well, I subscribed to your channel. You have almost as many subscribers as I do. $101 is what you'll have now. It said you had 100 and then I subscribed, so there you go. I'll go on and listen to some of your videos later when we're not on here. I am going to try to go pick me some more. I'm going to try to get me some more of those mimosa leaves to make some mimosa tea again tomorrow. Have you ever had mimosa tea? I don't know. I guess probably me putting the sage in it changed its curly so it would dread for sure. The rainwater I've got, which I've done it for years. The rainwater helps bring my curls out. My hair, when I was younger, my hair was a lot curlier than it is now. It was a lot thicker than it is now too. Unfortunately, my hair started thinning at a very young age, but I took cosmetology when I was in high school. I was really hard on my hair and really hard on my scalp. You know, I used to color my hair a lot. When I was in high school, I used to let the black girls put cornrows and stuff in my hair. And I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that it caused some damage to my scalp at some point. But I've been working on trying to heal that with, just eating better. And when I make my tea concoction, after I steep it and drink the first steep, I'll fill it back up and make a second steep that's not as strong. And I use that as a scalp rinse. It seems to help as far as like helping my hair just feel healthier, but it doesn't help my curls. At this point, I have to use rainwater to get my curls. Hold on and I'll show you. Most people, when they hear mimosa, they think of the mixed drink. There is a mixed drink that's called a mimosa, but it's actually a tree. You can look it up. I always do the Google Lens just to make sure that I'm right, but this is what the little flowers look like. Of course, they're kind of flattened at this point, On the tree, they're open and all wispy, blowing in the wind, but that's what they look like. And then I transplanted my sage, and so when I did that, I took off some of the seawater make curls. Honestly, I can't say for sure because I haven't been to the beach since I was a kid. But in general, typically, yes, seawater, ocean water is good for your hair. It's good for your skin. A lot of people that deal with like eczema and acne and, different skin issues like that, seawater, ocean water helps. Nowadays, I think they call it Florida water. I make my own water with pink Himalayan salt. I used to sell it, which I still have a bunch of it left, but I don't really push my products anymore just because where I'm at right now, I'm not able to make them like I was making before. But the last batch I did, I used frankincense essential oil, and then I added some sweet tobacco essential oil, basically just for fragrance. But salt water in general, yes, is good for your skin. But when it's actually from the ocean, it has a lot more minerals and benefit in it. I'm using pink salt as well. Pink Himalayan salt is good. It serves a lot of different purposes. I use it in everything from, when I'm soaking my feet to I spray it on my face like a toner. For me, though, when I use it, I have to remember to make sure that I use lotion afterwards because salt dries out your skin. But now when you get actual ocean water, it's similar in the way that it's got salt in it, but ocean water has minerals and stuff in it that you're not going to get from pink Himalayan salt, which is what I used when I made it before. But my knowledge has increased since then too, so I know what sea salt is, and Celtic salt, and what is that woman's name? Barbara O'Neill. That I learned about the Celtic salt and the sea salt from her, which I do have sea salt now that I put, where scripture tells us to salt every offering. I put a pinch of sea salt in like my tea and my coffee and stuff. Cooking it and add to drinks. Yeah. As far as like to get minerals and stuff from it, if you can, it's better to get sea salt or Celtic salt. That's what Barbara O'Neill recommends. Right now I bought some gray Celtic salt, but I haven't started using that yet. I'm still just using like regular sea salt. But I can't tell you what the scientific difference is right off the top of my head, but there is a difference between pink Himalayan salt and sea salt as far as the minerals that are in the salt. So, but I like pink Himalayan salt too. It's definitely better than like regular table salt. The iodized table salt doesn't really offer any nutritional benefits. It's just more for flavor. Hi, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Happy Sunday. It's good to see you. I think his is the page that I went to. Yeah, gaming. Yeah. I went to your page last night after I got off my live. Yeah. Anyways, Tibetan style tea leaves with butter and salt. Ooh. I've never had that before. Tibetan style. Is that a specific kind of tea leaf? Or is just the preparation what makes it Tibetan style? I make all kinds of concoctions with my tea. Everything from, hibiscus to stinging nettle to cleavers to, I post foodie stuff. I know. I saw your pots of soup. I talked about you just, I thought you were the other guy that was in here as far as the page, but I've settled the confusion. But yes, I saw your soup. We've been on a foodie tea conversation ever since. Yak fat or butter, like in the tea? That's interesting. I'm not sure that I would like that. But a lot of that is just because we're programmed and churn and to mix it. Oh, so do they eat it like that or do they drink it like tea? Yak fat, I guess that's like tallow. Tallow is good for all kinds of things. It's good for your skin. They use it to make soap and stuff with. Keeps you warm in the winter. I guess it does. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what that would compare to, like that I've already had. Yeah, it's a drink. I'm I guess it's one of those things that just because our minds are so conditioned to certain things, it doesn't sound good, but especially if it's something that you could kind of like tweak to your own flavor, make it to taste. Butter makes everything better. Yeah, I can't imagine having yak fat, which I'm gonna call tallow. I'm not sure that I would enjoy that scientifically. Right? Okay. Creates structured water. So it just gives the water more density. That makes sense. I'm. 'Cause, 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 it doesn't sound good. You know what I mean? But that's just because it's not something that I've ever tried. Like I've tried putting like cream in my tea and drinking it like the English do, and I didn't even really enjoy that. I just use honey in my tea. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're in a situation where you have to make it count, you know, I try to drink enough water to where, I'm not depleted of water, but in a situation where you need to make it count, I can understand that. Kind of like putting lemon juice and stuff in your water to make it easier for your body to absorb it. I've gotten distracted by the candle flame. I'm going to turn my fan off and see if that's what's making it dance like that. I don't even have the fan pointed at it, but it is still circulating the air. It was putting off black smoke for a few seconds a minute ago. Butter was kind of better than cream and tea. See, I've never tried that either. I would never even think to put butter in tea. Yeah. Now I do like lemon in my tea, but typically that's if I'm drinking cold tea. I'll move this over here. It caught my attention when it started putting off the black smoke. It's quit putting off the black smoke, but now I'm trying to figure out what's making it dance. I actually saw a video, I don't know if it was yesterday or today, where a guy was saging his boat. I might want to burn some sage. Flat smoke. Yeah, the black smoke. I kind of want to burn some sage, but I'm afraid that it'll make the smoke detector go off. Let's see. We'll try. It's been a while. No, that's not it. Yeah. Hold on. There it is. It's been a while. Who sings that? Is that Disturbed? It's been a while. No, Stained. It's been a while since I've heard that song. I guess I'll have to try. This isn't wild sage. I actually bought these sage bundles online, but I've started growing my own sage. I've only been in this apartment for, let's see, I came here at the end of March. So, not right, I guess close to 3 months. So these I actually bought online, but I do like the sage that I used in my tea. That's sage that I'm actually growing. All right. I just won't let it burn too long, and I will turn the fan back on. That way it can pull it away from the smoke detector. Last time I burned sage, I set the smoke detectors off. In case you're wondering. But it's been a while since I've burned some. I usually go back and forth between the sage and the Palo Santo. But of course, I have my incense and stuff too. I would like to be able to make my own sage bundles, but it really does take quite a bit of sage to create a bundle. I made me a little one, like out of my big leaves. It's right here. It's still drying, but I mean, it's a little bitty bundle, you know, but it still smells good. I don't do it very often. I would rather just open the windows. But for me, it's better than, you know, buying all this chemical stuff that they want for us to, you know, purify our air and whatnot. Yeah. I prefer the white sage, but I like the mint too. Like mixing the sage with the mint when you burn it. And of course, mint has so many different fragrances. You know, you got chocolate mint, pineapple mint. Yeah. Yeah. The bigger the plant gets, the thicker the stems get. This is from my little baby plant. Like, this is its first season. So it's you know, the stem, there's the stems. They're itty bitty, but big difference. That's why I really, for the bundles, I just prefer getting them online because they're better bundles. And I just use my sage for cooking and for tea and stuff. And then I get the Palo Santo too. But they've got all different kinds of sage bundles online, you know, where they mix the sage with different stuff. Oh yeah, I love mint. The chocolate mint, if you've ever tried that, that's really good. I am slowly growing my herb collection for teas. I have spearmint, hibiscus, basil, rosemary. Yes. The spearmint I put in pretty much anytime I make tea, I put spearmint in it. It just gives it a nice flavor. Here, let me move this fan. There we go. That way it's not so close to me, but it's blowing the smoke away from the smoke detector. Let me get my shell. There we go. I started experimenting with tea probably about halfway through last year. I bought a little kit online. Maybe that's why I like it so much. I like the taste of good weed. I like the smell of good weed. That's, you know, some people can't stand the smell of it or the taste of it. You know, I enjoy it. But I really started getting into the tea last year. Oh, my drink's empty. On my other channel, I did like a review type thing for the tea thing that I got. I don't know if I showed it to somebody, but that was during one of my day videos. Hold on, and I'll grab it. And actually, I'm going to turn my air conditioner off while I'm at it. It was like a whole little kit. It came with like this little steeper thing to where it drains from the bottom. Like you just put, I don't know if it's got water in it or not, but like you put the tea in here and it's got a screen and everything in the bottom, and then you just put it on top of your cup and it drains out the bottom instead of pouring it out the top. It did have water in it. But it came with like a bunch of little sample packs of their teas. And then of course I make my own little concoctions too. If you what's your favorites as far as tea goes? Like what's your go-to? Hibiscus is my go-to. Hibiscus is one that I can drink hot or cold. I can drink it hot tea or I can drink it like iced tea. I had to get a towel. It did have water in it. Like, I just recently tried this one and I like it. Blueberry Wild Child, Blueberry Hibiscus. It's got apple, hibiscus, elderberries, rose hip, cornflowers, and blueberries, and pomegranate bites. Traditional Japanese to herbal. Traditional Japanese, I don't really know what that means. Like, is Japanese tea different from, I mean, obviously it is, I guess. But what's the difference between Japanese tea and herbal tea? Because I don't know. I don't know what the difference is. This one's really good too. The strawberry pineapple green tea. I drank some of this today for the first time, and it really did give me a boost. And then of course lavender chamomile. I've learned that sleepy time tea doesn't work as good on me as it does on other people. Sometimes it seems like it has the opposite effect. But yeah, that's where my tea journey began. I got a Chinese tea brick and bean. I don't know what that is. Traditional Japanese tea.
Here's a summary from Buy Food. Some of the most common varieties of Japanese tea include matcha, tencha.
Now I have matcha.
Kabusecha, sencha, bancha, kanacha, shincha.
That's the
meka,
green tea, like the
jinmai,
powder,
kocha,
right?
And more.
Yeah, where you have to, well, I don't have the bamboo mixer yet, but tea bowl, matcha powder, whisk. What were you taught? What'd you say? A tea brick? What is a tea brick? Tea brick, also known as a compressed tea or tea cake. My matcha powder, I usually mix it in with my smoothies. I don't actually make a tea out of it, but yes, I need to get me a bamboo whisk. A block of compressed tea leaves, typically black, green, or post-fermented teas. These blocks are made by packing finely ground tea leaves into molds and pressing them into a dense form. Historically used for transport, trade, and even as a form of currency in some regions. So it's like a concentrated tea. Like, do you just like break a piece off the brick? While black tea is common, green tea and post-fermented teas can also be pressed into bricks. The compression process helps preserve the tea's flavor and quality during transport. Gotcha. So basically, it's like a concentrated version, kind of like an essential, like an essential oil, but for in tea form. Okay. Cool. So like a brick of pot, like how they transform, that's how they used to transport pot, was pressing it into a brick. All right. Wow, they even have like designs on them. That's fancy. Tea cakes or tea lumps or tea nuggets, according to the shape and size, are blocks of whole or finely ground black tea, packed into molds and pressed into block form. The ones that they're showing online have some pretty intricate designs on them. Cool. I didn't know what that was. Okay, well, I do more of the herbal tea. I just recently got the matcha powder. And like I said, I don't even have my little bamboo mixer yet. I just put it in my smoothies. Because I have all kinds of other different powders that I put in my smoothies. Like I do the ashwagandha powder, fenugreek powder, flaxseed powder, diatomaceous earth, like quite plain. Yeah, see, I gotta have some flavor. I mean, obviously, if the situation applies where I don't really have a choice, obviously I'll drink it. But if I have a choice, I want something with flavor. If you've never tried hibiscus tea, hibiscus has a lot of medicinal uses, and it's really good. I usually just put like a teaspoon, maybe 2 teaspoons of honey, depending on how sweet I want it at that time. But hibiscus is one of the teas that I can drink it hot or cold, and it's good either way. I do like a Zen ritual. So like a meditation type thing. Is that the only time you drink your tea? Because I usually drink tea of a morning and of an evening. Like I'll have, which really, I've tried multiple times to cut out the coffee, but it's more like a red, but yes. Yeah, I love the color of it too. They use it as a natural dye. They used to use it as a natural dye. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy a lot of them, but hibiscus is probably my favorite. It's actually one of the first ones I ever tried. And it just kind of stuck. But for me, it's like a natural Kool-Aid. And it has a lot of health benefits. A lot. Like for the liver and skin. And I actually made me like a face mask with hibiscus in it as well. It's been a while since I've done that. I might do that tomorrow. But I've gotten to where now I've gotten so many different herbs that I just kind of make a concoction. Because they all have health benefits. And I just put them all in my little steeper thing. And I use the second batch for my hair rinse. And sometimes, I mean, I even make another batch of tea out of it. It's just a little bit weaker than the first batch. Japanese proverb about tea master defeating. I've never actually seen the movie, but what is that movie called? It's like the panda movie, and Jack Black does the voice of the panda. Isn't there a tea master in that movie? Kung Fu Panda, I think is the name of that movie. I haven't seen the whole movie, but I've seen like bits and pieces of it. And doesn't he have a kung fu tea master in that movie? I think so. So, is that when you do your Zen ritual? Is that kind of what you're doing? Because, like, I know I've seen the things like with the sand and the little like the miniature rake and stuff. And I always used to think that those were just like decoration, but they're not. Like, it's part of their Zen meditation process, playing with the sand or whatever. I'm going to look that up. Japanese proverb about tea master defeating a samurai. The samurai and the tea master. What does the Japanese proverb about samurai? Okay, even better. Tea with the enemy. Finding our way home. A tea sprout who dares to wear the robes of samurai. Samurai Jack. Okay. I'll look it up on YouTube. Japanese proverb about tea master defeating the samurai. Oh, wow. All right. The samurai and all right, I'll listen to that later. It's a little long. It's like 10 minutes long, but I'll listen to that. How a samurai's tea ceremony changed Japan. I can honestly say that I don't really know much about that culture. I know what I learned from Move On about what are they called? The geisha girls. Like, they really are beautiful, but there's a dark story behind that. I mean, every culture has that kind of same story, but just from, a little bit of different culture, perspective. But there you go. There's a picture of one right there. They're still beautiful nonetheless. But, like, I know about feng shui, but I don't know if that actually originated with Japanese culture. Asian culture is something I know. I like their food, except for the raw fish. I don't like the raw fish, but I know I like Asian food. Like the fried rice and the vegetable stir fries and all that. I can get down with that for sure. But I don't really, as far as like the true depths of their culture. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I have very little knowledge of the feng shui. I used to have a book on feng shui, but I don't think I have it anymore. Because when I went on the road, obviously I didn't, I was living out of my truck, so I didn't have to really worry about feng shui. Japanese culture is very interesting. Yeah, I mean, they kind of go hand in hand. The martial arts, that's very much from that culture. I don't really know much about martial arts either. I know my brother took karaoke when we were kids. and I've watched other people do it, but as far as like the meaning behind all of it, I don't really know. Yeah, I can't do raw meat at all. I've gotten to where I don't really eat much meat at all anymore, whether it's cooked or raw. My body kind of made that decision for me. I didn't decide that for myself. My stomach just doesn't process the meat very well. But that being said, I've never actually tried raw fish, but I don't know. I guess that would be something just like anything else that your body would just kind of have to get accustomed to. But honestly, I could live without the meat in general. Like, just give me a sushi roll without the meat. I'm good. I like rice and vegetables, you know? I like a lot of the sauces that they use. Like the white Japanese sauce. I really like that stuff. Yeah, it was a slow process for me. Typo. It was a slow process for me because I fought it for a long time. And now, like, it does okay as long as I just consume it every once in a while. But I can't eat, I can't eat meat like multiple times in a week. Like, I might be able to eat it like once a week or something, but if I try any more than that, it gets me all kinds of discombobulated. My guts and my digestive system. And when it all started was when I got indigestion for the first time, which was years ago, and I had never had it before, and I didn't know what it was. And when I looked it up and learned what it was, and it was basically the meat was just, my stomach wasn't processing the meat fast enough, and so it was just sitting there rotting in my gut. Yeah. Yeah. For me, if I'm going to eat meat, it's going to be something that I cook. That way I know I'm going to like it. Here recently, the last two things I made, I guess probably about 2 weeks ago, I cooked a steak, and it had been a long time since I'd had a steak. And then, I don't know, I guess maybe like the middle of this past week, I made some chicken tenders. Like, I marinated them for like 2 days in soy sauce and teriyaki sauce and let them get good and marinated so they like teriyaki chicken, and threw them on a grill. But about once a week is the most that I'll eat meat, unless I go out to eat somewhere with somebody, but I don't really do that very often. And actually, the last time I went out to eat somewhere, I got the salad bar. Because the time before that, when I went out to eat somewhere, I got a meatball calzone and I was sick for 2 days. So, yeah, I don't typically eat meat unless it's what I've cooked. Food in general, I don't really like eating food that I didn't get to watch it be cooked. That's one of the things I like about the Chinese or Japanese restaurants, where they cook it right there in front of you. Yeah. Milk. I still drink milk, but nowhere near as much as I used to. But I can't eat ice cream 33, 33, 55 on the timer when I looked. I can't eat like ice cream and stuff like that anymore. But, I still drink milk, just not in large quantities. And like cheese, I very rarely eat cheese anymore. Like, processed cheese. I'll do cottage cheese or like feta cheese. But as far as processed cheese, walk to walk. I years ago, I used to own a wok, but it's funny that you say that because some videos popped up on my feed not long ago teaching you how to season a wok before you actually use it, kind of like how you season cast iron. I'm way familiar with cast iron, not so familiar with a wok, but I love watching them cook with one. I've tried to make fried rice a few times, but I always I don't do. I really struggle with cooking rice, but that seems to be a common issue. I don't feel too bad about that because there seems to be a lot of people that struggle with rice. I either get it too done or not done enough. You know, now they have those special rice makers, which, I mean, I guess I could get one of those, but I want to get me some of the jasmine rice. That's, from what I understand, that's better for your health than just regular white rice. Because, of course, the white rice is like way over processed. Yeah, a rice cooker. It's like a crock pot, but just for rice. I've never actually used one, but I've seen them online. I need to get one. Cheese is almost like a drug. Yeah. Yeah, back in the day, I could sit down and eat, you know, a half a block of cheese and a half a pack of crackers in one sitting. I can't eat cheese like that anymore. Anytime nowadays, if I eat cheese like that, I have to share it with the dogs, so I don't eat it all. Unless it's like cottage cheese or something like that, that's different. But the processed cheese, like the block cheese and stuff like that. Although, you know, mozzarella, I do have a weakness for mozzarella, like with Italian food and pasta and stuff like that. I love me some lasagna. That's an expense. Lasagna is like one of my most favorite meals to cook, but it's so expensive. And when it's just me, there's no way I'm going to cook a whole lasagna because then I'll eat it, you know? Not necessarily in one sitting, but lasagna is so good, I'm not going to let that go to waste. So I eat too much of it. Yeah, exactly. I need to get one. I keep saying I'm going to, but you know, it's just not a priority right now, especially with it just being me. But I do feed the dogs rice too. Like usually when I make a batch of rice, I'll split it in half and I'll make me something, and then I'll mix something up for the dogs too. Like I'll mix rice with a bunch of veggies and stuff, and they really like that. You know, I'll usually like throw some carrots and peas and stuff in there, maybe a little bit of chicken broth, and they really enjoy it. I don't eat near as much of it as I used to. I've been on a bean kick here lately. Like black-eyed peas and navy beans and stuff like that. It's, I guess it hasn't been that long since I made a batch. Maybe probably about a week and a half. But usually when I make it, like I'll make a whole bag at one time, and then I just split it in half between the two of us. The last time I made some, I made mine quite hot, quite spicy. Sometimes I do. Not all the time. You know, sometimes I'll put, you know, some sardines or some salmon or tuna or just whatever I've got. But I don't always put meat in it. They'll eat it without the meat. They'll, especially if it's got the broth in it. I don't put any kind of seasonings or anything in it. Sometimes I'll put the yams in there. They don't like fresh cooked sweet potatoes, but they'll eat the canned yams. And that's good for their stomachs, for their digestion. I mean, the vegetables in general are. It's way better than the processed dog food. Which the dog food that I get them has the freeze dried meat in it, that True Instinct or whatever. So, and they do get meat, just not all the time. They're especially when I was still on the road, they got a lot of like canned salmon when we were still on the road. Because I did camper life and off-grid living for several years. I just came off the road September 1st of last year. So it took a lot of adjusting for all of us, really. We're still adjusting, really. Because for the first, until I got this apartment, I was renting a room in somebody's house. So we went from it just being the three of us to being in somebody else's house. Oh yeah. They, when I was working at the Mexican restaurant, I'd save scraps from the restaurant. And I tell you what, if I poured that queso cheese over top of it, they'd eat lettuce if it had the cheese on top of it. They'll eat anything if it has cheese melted over top of it. I learned that when I worked at the Mexican restaurant. Of course, they can't have onions and they can't have tomatoes. Like there's certain vegetables that they're not supposed to have, but like lettuce and the grilled bell peppers and stuff like that, they really liked those. They don't really much care for corn. I quit mixing the corn in with their rice. I've quit getting corn altogether. I don't really much care for it either. But they really like the peas and the yams and the canned salmon. But they got to where when we were on the road, they got tired of the canned salmon. They got to where they didn't really like to eat it as much. So we took a break from that for a while. We've all been on a meat hiatus for the last couple months. Let me go cover her up real quick. She's easy on cloves. There you go. Lay down. What do you mean cloves? Like garlic. Garlic cloves is what came to mind, but you mean like the spice cloves? My beagle, she's a blanket baby. She was trying, that's what I did, was cover her up. She's my little old lady. She's older, in dog years, she's older than me now. Like spice cloves. I've never given them spice cloves. Now, I've used them. Clove oil is really good when you have a bad tooth. And I've used it before in teas and stuff, but I don't give it to the dogs. I've never tried to. I don't know if they would or not. And sunflower oil, that has a lot of health benefits as well. Whether you're cooking with it or using it topically, sunflower oil is good for you. $12.19. It's actually been a while since I've used cloves. I've gotten to wear what is it? The Star. It tastes like licorice. I got some of those not too long ago, and I've started putting that in my tea. I just use one at a time though, so the taste isn't overwhelming because I don't really like the taste of licorice. Oh wow. Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Are you in the United States? I don't, if I've asked you that already, I'm sorry, but I don't think I have. I'm fixing to go back to your page. Actually, poisonous. Yeah. I guess it's a good thing I've never given them to them, huh? Oh, nutmeg. Yeah, I don't really use much nutmeg. I'm familiar with that, like with baking and stuff, but I don't really use that when I cook. In the UK. All right. Everything to raise the vibe. I'm reading your page description. Let the truth be known. Aw. Wow. $12:22 real time here. I've never been to the UK. Here over the last couple years, I've really wanted to get my passport and come to the UK. I really want to go to Scotland. I just found out at the end of last year that I have Scottish roots, and I've really wanted to go to Scotland. There's actually a cemetery over there that has like distant relatives of mine buried in it. I don't think I've ever really used much nutmeg. It does have a good flavor though. But in my experience, I've mainly just used it for like baking, like in cookies and stuff. Or in breads. It's very common, with different kinds of breads. In my younger years, I actually did a lot of research on the UK. I love the houseboats, like on the canals and stuff. I wouldn't mind doing that for a while. That's a good way to travel. My mom went to the UK when I was a kid, but I've never been. I'm gonna get me some water. I've always wanted to go overseas. Yeah, Scotland. There's this guy that I started following online, Daniel Henderson. That's where he's from, is Scotland, and he has a lot of videos of the area. I don't really have a lot of knowledge about it, but that's mainly just because I'm focusing more on what I can do now instead of and really now that I'm talking about it, I'm thinking about the Namaste card that we got yesterday about, fantasizing and using your imagination. That I would definitely consider that a fantasy. Going overseas and traveling and just exploring. There's so much untouched territory over there, very different from the US. I mean, there are areas over here that aren't necessarily they don't have a big population, but most areas in the US have been touched by man in one way, shape, or another. I actually watched, wow, what's the name of that? That's so back in my history, I wouldn't be able to find it, but it was like a reality TV thing that they did where it was a woman and two men, and they were living like back in the 1500s. They did, I think it was 3 different seasons. Like they did the 1500s, the 1600s, and the 1700s. I learned a lot about, how the land was owned by the church, and, the farmers had to give so much of their crop and stuff to the church to pay for their property, to be able to stay on their property. I wish I could remember what that's called. Like not American history, but I don't think I'll be able to pull that up because it's been so long since I've watched it. But it's here on YouTube. I think I might have saved it on one of my playlists. Tudor, England. Absolute History. Yeah, there it is. What's her name?
I'm April. I used to work in Italy, so
Hold on.
this is very full circle.
I'm glad I remembered
That
that.
was my first job out of college.
But that really just like
Until I turned 21 and
got my mind going. Ruth. Doesn't say her last name.
500 years ago, England was emerging into a new era.
Yeah, Tudor, England.
After years of war, plague, and famine, the kingdom was enjoying peace and prosperity under the reign of the first Tudor king.
Peter and Ruth. I can't remember the other guy's name.
A new class of business-savvy
But like in one of the seasons, it was
food production.
one of the guys was different.
Over she goes.
Like that's how I learned about shearing
Generating
sheep.
half the nation's wealth.
Yeah,
Many of the nation's farms were under
I learned a lot from watching that. I was looking to see if there were any other ones that might say her full name. Tudor, England. I don't know where that's at necessarily, but maybe this one will. Life in the Tudor area, Tudor. They did that one, and then they did the Victorian era, and then the Edwardian era. Absolute History is the channel that did it, but they have like a whole series. Alex Langland and Peter Ginn. Ruth Goodman, she's a historian, and then Alex and Peter are archaeologists. Yeah. It was posted on YouTube back in 2020, but I just watched them last year. I learned a lot from those shows, like about the different, how the centuries evolved. Everything from, animal care to farm care. Like the, what do they call it? The community gardens. Yeah, I learned a lot about, of course, that's not current day, but, everything from how they made cheese to how they made butter to you know, where they, that's why they killed, like the firstborn calf to get whatever chemical it is that's in their intestines that helps make the cheese, that makes the cheese curd. I can't think of what that's called right now. And then the potato blight and all that. Yeah, I learned a lot from that show. I might actually go back and rewatch some of those now that we're talking about it. It's I've always kind of had I've always been drawn to that way of life, to the, you know, self-sustaining farm life. Of course, it's a lot harder than people think. I did it on a very small scale when I still had my property, but I didn't have quite an acre. And so, you know, it was on a very small scale, but yeah, that's what they use now. But back in the day, I mean, they have all different kinds of substitutes now that they use for the curding, but back in the day it was different. You know, back in those days, a lot of that stuff they didn't have access to until the shipping became possible from the other countries. But yes, most definitely now. It's that is definitely an area of my interest, is learning how they did things back in the day before all of the modern conveniences. Kind of going back to what we talked about last night, you know, a lot of people don't understand how many modern day conveniences we actually have, because they don't know their history. They don't know how things used to be. So they don't realize, you know, how far we've come. But I wouldn't mind going back to the old ways. It's not necessarily a harder way of life. It's just a different way of life. The work is done, you know, at home on your own feet, on your own property, and you know, you're making your own goods instead of going and purchasing those goods from somewhere else. You know, making them with your own hands, like what do they call it? The hedgerow, where they make the fence out of the sticks and stuff, where they wobble them back and forth, weave them in and out. That I like the look of that as well. And then, of course, back then, you know, you weren't spraying your crops with all kinds of insecticides and stuff. You know, you had to be very diligent about your crops. Especially over there, you know, you guys get a lot of rain over there. That was a big issue on that series. They had they struggled a lot with their crops because of all the rain. But it was interesting to see, like, the harvest methods and, you know, how the equipment and how those methods changed over time. If you've never watched that, that's a very interesting, they have so many different episodes of that. And each one, you know, you learn, like the one that I really enjoyed the most was when they were putting the bricks in the kiln. They had to not only make the bricks, but then they had to operate the kiln, and they had to get it up to temperature. They had to, like, keep it going for like 4 or 5 days. It was really interesting to learn how they made the bricks back then. I don't remember exactly which time frame that was, but it was very interesting to watch that process. and really shows you how much easier we have it today because we have machines that do all that work. You know, they made 10,000 bricks by hand and then kiln them, and they were making them, they were restoring the guy's property, so everything had to be done in the traditional way so that it would maintain the quality or credibility of the property itself. But they made 10,000 bricks by hand. It was amazing to watch. And then one of the episodes, you learned you got to see how they wove the baskets by hand. And when the guy got done with the like how they had to wet the wood and then steam the wood so that it would be pliable and bendable. And when that dude got done with that basket, she literally, Ruth, the woman in the series, she came out and stood and like bounced on the basket and it held her weight. It was amazing. I love watching stuff like that. I really do need to start the process of getting my passport though. And that's funny. That's funny that that's come up during this conversation because I actually looked it up. I can't remember if it was yesterday or today, but I actually Googled it and asked Google if you have to have a driver's license to be able to get a passport, and you don't. What was the basket? It was like an oblong basket. He made it for her, like, so she, because they were sending, were they sending through the machine? They were sending something through a machine and like everything was, it wasn't going into the basket. So he made her like a special oblong basket that she could use for like harvesting crops and collecting eggs and that type of thing. It was just, I mean, it wasn't like a special basket per se, but I mean, to us, it's a special basket because it was made by hand. I can't remember what machine that was, though, that they were, or what they were sending through that machine. It was like some kind of root, like a root vegetable that they had harvested that they were feeding to like the pigs and stuff. And they had a machine that they would send it to that would kind of like send it through that would like chop it up. And the way the machine was set up, she was originally using just like a bucket, like a pail, and everything was, it wasn't going in it. It was like shooting out all around it. And so he made the basket like an oblong shape so that it would catch everything coming out of that machine. Can't remember what the name of the root vegetable was, but like the greens they fed to like the chickens and stuff, and then the root vegetable itself, they chopped it up and gave it to the pigs. They tried pig farming. I think they did that in two of the seasons. They did pig farming. And in one of the seasons, they actually in both of them, they had to build housing for the pigs. And in one season, they built the pig stall like off the side of the house, like the main structure. So they did it with rock to where it would match the house. And then the other one, it was not connected to the house, and it was a different breed of pig. It was the red, like they were a red color. And they actually had baby pigs, and it showed the process of the pigs growing up and how they would let them out to forage. Yeah, that's a really interesting series. I'm trying to pull it back up. They did a lot of other, I guess, like little side projects, but Ruth, she's a historian, and dude, she just had, Ruth Goodman is her name. She just has endless supply of knowledge in her brain. What do you need to come here? I guess at this point, just a passport and the money for the trip. As far as I know.
How to achieve perfection. Take sweet. Introduce salt.
Here, I did some research about the passport, and
Many of the nations.
like at first, when I first started looking into it, they told me that you go through the post office to apply for the passport, but I guess now that's because of all the changes that have happened, that's not the case anymore. So I would have to really dig in deep, or I shouldn't say dig in deep, but I would have to do further research to find out what's involved in having to get a passport. But I know you have to like fill out an application, and they have to make sure that, you're not a felon or you're not on the run from the law or anything like that. But I don't really think it's that big of a process. It's just a matter of, paying them the money and waiting for them to do whatever kind of background checks or whatever. But just being honest, I've never had the money to travel like that, so I've never made getting a passport a priority. But really, here recently, what got me to looking into the passport was the church group that I met with. I think we talked a little bit about them last night. They go and they do a lot of mission work. And so that got me looking into the passports again. But I don't really think it's that big of a process. You basically just have to fill out the application, show proof of, citizenship and identification and all that jazz. And then you just have to wait. And then you have to go get a special picture taken for your passport, like at, a designated spot. But I've never really pushed the knowledge. Let me go let my dog outside real quick. Hold on. I'm coming. Come on, you need to go potty? Darling, you need to go? Oh, wait. Copper, come in here. Come here. Copper. Come here. Come on, get in here. I don't have the gate fence closed. You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait. The fence is still open. Okay, that was close. I opened the fence earlier when we were outside and I didn't close the fence back. So I'm glad I didn't just like open the door and let them out. My big boy wouldn't wander off very far, but my beagle, she would run to the woods if I let him out right now. All right, that being said, I guess I'm going to go ahead and get off of here so I can close up the fence and let them out. It's 12:44 real time. So we about made it close. I don't remember how late we were on last night. I think it was close to 1 o'clock. I can't remember exactly what time it was, but nonetheless, I've enjoyed our conversation this evening. But I'll look into it as far as the passport goes. That is really something that I would like to pursue. If nothing else, for if I ever did get the opportunity to travel, at least I would already have it. But I don't know how much it costs or anything like that. I would just have to look into it. Yes, most definitely. Especially now that I've looked at your page, it seems like we have a lot in common. And we obviously enjoy each other's company because, or at least we have the last 2 nights. So that's a step in the right direction, right? That's important to be able to share and enjoy other people's energy on many different levels, you know, especially the whole sharing knowledge thing. I'll go on and watch a couple of your videos later. If nothing else, at least then I'll know what your voice sounds like. All right. Well, I hope you have a good evening. I'm going to end my video as I always do. Be grateful for what you have, the big, the small, and the blessings yet to come. If you see a need out there today, tomorrow, next week, if there's any possible way that you can fill that need, please do so. You may not only better their day, but you could possibly change their life, and you never know the impact it could have on yours. Be blessed, find peace, and I'll see you next time.